Hi.
Hello, Dr. Anil.
Hello, a wonderful good day also from my side.
Hello. Hey, Christoph. Good day from Australia. Just checking, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. A wonderful good morning from Germany.
Nice. It's 5:30 p.m. here in Australia.
Oh, so already close to the end of the working day.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, well, basically it's the other way around. I had to have an early start today. Yeah.
Hi, doctor.
Can imagine. Hello.
Yeah. So welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will start within next 2 minutes.
Perfect.
Next 2 minutes. So welcome to this session, keynote session 5, that is green and smart mobility solutions, green hydrogen, storage, rail transport, and sustainable aviation fuel. So we have eminent speakers on this, and we will request first Ms. Sani Wickers, Business Development Manager, Labo, Australia, to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you.
Mr.
Let
Sani,
me share my screen.
welcome.
Thank you. Can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. So hi everyone, and thank you, Dr. Anil, for the introduction to this keynote session. So today's keynote is all about hydrogen storage, transport, and aviation fuel. And I would like to start off with exploring hydrogen storage. So besides liquefied and pressurized hydrogen storage, what other viable alternatives are there, and how does this relate to different industries? My name is Sanne Wakers, and I work for an Australian startup called Lavo, a startup focusing on metal hydride technology, and which developed the world's first hydrogen energy storage system for the residential and small commercial markets. I'd like to thank Dr. Anil Garg for the invitation to the summit and look forward to connecting with you all after the event. So Lavo's mission is to empower a world with limitless energy. Our company started in 2020 and honors Antoine Lavoisier, who is a French scientist from the 18th century, playing a key role in the chemical revolution. He identified and named the element hydrogen. So the company focuses on the patented technology metal hydrides, which has been developed by the University of New South Wales in Australia and has been in the making for over 10 years. Lavo really wants to spark global conversations and enable a meaningful change in consumer attitudes and behaviors around sustainability, the environment, and responsible consumerism. So Lavo distills the science in an easy and practical application for today and for future generations. So on the right-hand side, you can see our first product, which is a 40 kilowatt-hour hydrogen energy storage system. So Lavo's core IP is an innovative metal hydride storage solution, which is a unique hydride blend in combination with vessel engineering. So it's identified it's the potential to meet the long duration storage gap in the net zero economy, but also to provide a new storage option for fuel cell electric vehicles and other lifestyle products. Metal hydrides is a formulated alloy designed to absorb hydrogen by bonding the molecule safely into the metal composition. So the alloy is versatile, enabling the hydride to be utilized in a range of vessels from mobile applications to large-scale storage. Lavo's hydride development commenced in 2009 at the University of New South Wales, and world-leading research and innovation has developed a unique formula of precious metal to deliver a new hydride technology. So this hydride technology has some of the following benefits, and on the right-hand side, you can see how Lavo's hydrides compare to liquefied hydrogen and pressurized hydrogen as a storage method. So it has an increased lifespan and value. So this system lasts for around 20,000 cycles, which is generally over 20 years. It has improved sustainability. So the metal alloys composing the hydrides can completely be recycled and reused after the lifespan of the system. So they can simply be melted down and reused to the next metal hydride solution. The system operates under ambient temperature, room temperature, and it has a very high energy density, roughly 2 times the energy density compared to liquefied or compressed hydrogen. One of the key factors is that it operates at around 30 bars, so a lower operating pressure, which is the equivalent to a normal household barbecue or gas bottle. And that really also plays into like our key focus area, which is safety. So the solution is scalable. It can be used in multiple applications as the vessels are stackable in principle. And with regards to the safety, the metal really self-regulates the rate of hydrogen release, and it also reduces the regulatory requirements that come with it. So the Lavo hydrogen energy storage system combines existing technology with our core IP, the metal hydride, to deliver long duration energy storage. So this product, which is a 40 kilowatt hour residential small commercial, is basically getting commercialized first because of its more manageable development costs. So we installed the first pilot units in Q3 this year in Australia, and the product has already received more than 2,000 pre-orders globally. So there's a strong forward order book for LAVO to realize. So we're currently setting up our supply chains and building up a fuel cell factory in Queensland, Australia. So two companies named Enapter and Netstek are our technology partners who make the electrolyzer and the fuel cell for this system. And I think, interestingly, ZeroAvia, who are also in the speaker session, are partnering up with Enapter as well to provide electrolyzer for their solutions. So on the flowchart diagram on the right-hand side, you can see how the energy flows through the system. So at first, energy will come in through the PV cell. The electricity will then go through a hybrid inverter and goes into the system as DC electricity. It will then flow into a small 5 kilowatt-hour lithium-ion battery that will then provide electricity to the electrolyzer. There's several water filters in the system that enable the electrolyzer to produce hydrogen, and water vapor comes as a byproduct out of the side of the unit. The electrolyzer produces hydrogen, which will then go into the red vessels that you can see on the left-hand side in the metal hydrides. And once the energy is needed, for example, when the PV panels don't generate energy or there's an outage, the fuel cell can generate electricity back into the grid. So with LAVO's technology, the possibilities are really endless. So besides the 40 kilowatt-hour HESS units, we're also developing several products within the so-called lifestyle range. So we're developing a hydrogen barbecue, which has two of the smaller canisters, and we're also developing a hydrogen cargo bicycle for longer distances. So our vision is to have those metal hydride canisters to be used as a plug and play concept, where you can swap empty ones out for new ones. So either through your own LAVO unit or by going to a local shopping center, for example, to swap the canisters out. And on a larger scale, we're developing a product called HEOS, which is a containerized version of our metal hydrides. So that solution is really an enabler for decarbonization on a larger scale. And sustainable hydrogen production is forecasted to grow to over 100 megaton per annum by 2030, and to increase to over 400 megaton per annum by 2050. And Australia really expects to become a major producer of hydrogen and one of the top 3 exporters to Japan and South Korea. So due to the high cost of transport, locally produced green hydrogen displaces diesel in heavy transportation and has one of the lowest economic gaps. So LAVO HEOS provides basically a safe and convenient means to store and transport hydrogen. There's also a software platform called Frank that will be the asset management system, which will optimize the performance of generation and storage assets. So for the last 2 slides, I want to focus a bit more on our large-scale technology. So the HEOS acts as a hydrogen sponge, really capturing the generated hydrogen on a molecular level as a solid state for use when it's needed. And the learnings of the smaller unit with regards to the integration and the balance of plant components can also be applied to a larger scale. So the HEOS is a half-height standard 20-foot ISO container, which enables high-density storage solutions for both the power-to-power and power-to-fuel applications. So those containers can be integrated into large-scale solar, wind, and industrial applications to provide a scalable and transportable hydrogen solution. And basically, due to the low pressure of the system, it can integrate with electrolyzers and fuel cells without the need of compressors. So the system is modular, and it can contain from 1 up to 30 large metal hydride vessels, which is the equivalent of about 360 kilograms of hydrogen, or about 12 megawatt hours of energy per half-height container. So LAVA is working with strategic partners in net zero critical industries in Australia and overseas in markets such as the mining industry, agribusiness, the telecom market, and overall renewable generation markets. So we're working to really co-develop projects that support the growth of the hydrogen ecosystem. So through analyzing customers' energy situation, we can provide techno-economic modeling to really optimize renewable energy spillage and also electrolyzer efficiency. So yeah, that will really forecast how to deliver the lowest discretionary cost of green hydrogen. And our access to global supply chains for industrial scale solutions really allow us to provide accurate modeling and deliver end-to-end solutions for our customers. So, you know, we can offer large-scale solutions, including electrolyzers and fuel cells, to provide either the power-to-power or power-to-X model. So we're aiming to have the first HEOS trials underway by the end of 2022. And if you're interested in knowing more, feel free to send me a message or LinkedIn or via my email below. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jane, for excellent presentation and showing and demonstrating the knowledge about metal hydrides, which occluded hydrogen, which store heavy amount of hydrogen, and that is one of the storage method of storing green and blue hydrogen. Thank you very much. We will revert back with questions, if any. Now I will. Thank you. Now I will have Dr. Christoph Pasternak, Executive Director, Senior Head Rail Bus, Germany. Dr. Christoph, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope you will show, I've started sharing my screen. Perfect. So my name is Christoph Pasternak. I'm heading the section for financing rail and bus at BioNLB. BioNLB is the 6th largest German bank located in the southern part of Germany. And we have more than $7 billion invested in debt in financing rolling stock, rail transport, etc. And this is the aim of today's keynote speech. I just wanted to mention that, of course, the priority number one for achieving a zero emission economy and a zero emission rail transport should be usually electrification. And electrification is usually the top one priority for main lines, main railway lines. However, for side and branch lines, the cost efficiency of electrification is rather mixed. So their alternatives might be suitable. India is, as I understand, playing a huge role on this because it already has electrified more than 71% of its broad gauge rail network. However, with strong differences between the different states. This is even more the case in my home country, Germany, where only 55% of the rail network is electrified, which means there's 45% up, which is non-electrified, and where we will need solutions. One solution might be electrification, but there is certainly room for alternatives. Either for battery-driven multiple units, I'm talking now not about push and pull train sets with a locomotive and coaches. However, I'm talking about so-called multiple units. So those battery-driven multiple units are a good alternative for short distances if you're close to an electric infrastructure where you can refuel the battery, especially in flat landscapes and under moderate temperatures. However, there's also room for hydrogen-driven multiple units, especially when it comes to long distances, as fuel cells have already reached a distance of up to 1,000 kilometers, where we can use basically hydrogen trains for rail transport. And I'm speaking here mainly on passenger transport. And one of the advantages is also that you have a short refueling time compared to battery-driven train sets, because and that gives you additional or shorter times at the return stops to return and to move forward. So obviously there is a room for hydrogen trains, for hydrogen and electric multiple units. However, there are, for the time being, certain downsides. First of all is the question of the procurement costs. Hydrogen-driven trains are already available and on the market, so we already have the application here at hand. However, the procurement costs are 30% higher, or even more, 40–50% higher compared to newly built electrical multiple units. So this is one of the downsides. And for the time being, also the maintenance and other operational costs for hydrogen trains are above those of diesel or electrical multiple units. However, we do think, from our perspective as a financing bank, that the hydrogen costs will come down and decrease in the midterm perspective. So there will be room to decrease the operational costs and to make the life cycle costs of hydrogen trains more advantageous. However, of course, if we want to reach the goal of a net zero economy, net zero rail transport, we should usually concentrate then on green and possibly also on pink hydrogen, which means from renewable energy sources or from nuclear atomic power. And from our point of view, we will reach an economically viable cost level, only from 2030 on, at a price of around $1.5 per kilogram of hydrogen, green hydrogen, of course. So only from this time, we do think on that there will be from a point of a buyer of a hydrogen train, a business case to buy a hydrogen-driven train. And there are already other aspects we should take into consideration when purchasing hydrogen-driven trains. And from our talks to different train operators, from different train manufacturers, and also governments and public transport authorities, we do think that there are three major additional risks we should take care of. One is the issue, and we've seen that what we've heard in the presentation before, there's still a development in the technology. So new fuel cell technologies, new hydrogen transport schemes, etc., etc. And this gives a strong contrast to the long investment cycles for trains, which are not 2 years, 5 years, or of 10 years. It's 20, 30, 40 years. So we have to make an investment decision for 30 years plus, knowing that there will be changes in the underlying technology. And if you're buying a hydrogen train, and it doesn't come just with the hydrogen train, the hydrogen multiple unit, it already has to come with a complete package with the refueling infrastructure and of course with the training of the staff and the maintenance issues, etc. So these issues have to be tackled. So it's either the train operator, the hydrogen electrical multiple unit operator who has to take care of it, or the manufacturer who has to offer whole packages regarding these issues like maintenance for long tenors, the refueling infrastructure, etc., etc., or the government, the public transport authority. So of course there are certain options how to reduce these kind of risks and how to reduce the investment hurdles for hydrogen multiple units. One option where Indian Railways has opted it for is the retrofitting of current already driving diesel multiple units or electric multiple units. So you take an existing train, an existing diesel or electric driven train, and you just replace the engine from diesel, for instance, from diesel to hydrogen. However, the chassis itself is kept as it is. So this reduces the investment cost. And this is definitely one way forward. Another idea how to reduce the investment hurdles is what we see, especially among private train operators. And we have to differentiate that worldwide. We do see different railway markets where sometimes we have a state-owned rail operators, but in some markets, like in Great Britain, we do see a number of private train operators. And especially among private train operators, there is a reluctance to buy hydrogen trains for the time being. So one of the possible solutions could be that test pools of hydrogen train sets are established, either by the manufacturers or by public transport authorities or the governments. And they buy, let's say, a pool of hydrogen-driven train sets. And these are provided to different regions for certain time frames under different circumstances, climates, etc., etc. And this could be a solution how to reduce the hurdle for a train operator to invest in such an opportunity, just to test it for a certain period, for instance, for 1 year, and then only to decide whether to really invest it in such a new technology for 30, 40 years. So from our banking perspective, we are always looking on 3 sources how a loan, for instance, for a hydrogen-driven train could be financed. One, of course, is the asset value of the rolling stock, the asset value of the hydrogen multiple unit. However, for the time being, we are not very sure about the value development throughout the upcoming 10, 15 years because of the changes in the technology. And there's no secondary market. So there's no way how to sell these hydrogen trains on the secondary market. So this way, for the time being, is not really the way forward. Another option is, from a banking perspective, is to look on the cash flow from a train network where hydrogen trains are being used. So for instance, from the income, from the ticket revenues, etc. Given the current circumstances and the COVID-19, etc., the fluctuations in passenger traffic, this is highly unstable. So this cash flow is also not really something which gives us the the security to finance hydrogen trains. The third option is the creditworthiness of the borrower. So either we provide a loan to the manufacturer of hydrogen-driven trains, who is the provider of them, or a lessor leasing company who provides it to the user, or we provide it to the train operator, who is lessee or who is a buyer of hydrogen-driven trains, or to a public transport authority or a government who buys, for instance, hydrogen electrical multiple units as for a test pool or provides subsidies or guarantees. And for the time being, we do think that this is the only way forward, that we have to find a source which is reliable. We cannot look onto the hydrogen train in itself. So my conclusion for my keynote speech today is there is definitely a perspective for hydrogen-driven trains in the upcoming years. However, we will need state intervention for at least 5 to 7 years in the upcoming time, either by state incumbent railways or governments, public transport, or governments or public transport authorities who provide guarantees for such procurements or for such purchases, or provide train pools out of hydrogen or battery-driven trains, or which provide subsidies. And these 3 steps, or these are the essential steps forward for a breakthrough in hydrogen-driven trains, which we will think it will happen, but it will need certain time. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you very much, Dr. Anil Garg, for inviting me for this keynote speech, and thank you very much.
Dr. Christoph, my question is that from economic viability,
yep,
the diesel trains, electric trains, as well as hydrogen trains, from the point of view of load taking trains and passenger trains, both short distance and long distance. What is your take? What is your proposition that one should go for hydrogen train?
Definitely long distances, since battery trains are limited currently to, let's say, approximately 100 kilometers. So every 100 kilometers you have to refuel them, and it takes time. So with quick returns, it's not really doable. So hydrogen trains, you have a short refueling time, you have long distances. So from my perspective, there is definitely an advantage of hydrogen-driven trains, especially when it comes to longer distances, and where we have also, for instance, a hilly landscape compared to battery-driven trains, etc. But these are, of course, only alternatives where we don't have an electrified network. Yeah, but I do believe that there's a stronger point on hydrogen-driven trains in the midterm perspective.
Yeah. Again, I'm just asking you the economics of hydrogen train long distance, then electric trains and diesel train. What is your take for that?
Well, for the time being, definitely electric trains are the most economic viable for the train operator. The lowest in procurement costs and the lowest operational costs for the time being.
Okay, and how do you see, Christoph, the future of hydrogen train long distance in times to come?
For the time being, we have only a few manufacturers who are offering hydrogen trains, unfortunately. But I believe that, let's say, in 3, 4, 5 years, we will have a number of manufacturers offering and competing for between the buyers for hydrogen trains. So let's say from that time on, given, of course, the situation that there are state subsidies for this, for the procurement of the purchase, I think from that perspective, there will be an immense increase in the demand for hydrogen trains. So we'll have to wait 3, 4 years, but from that time on, there will be definitely an increased number of hydrogen trains we will see on the train networks.
Dr. Christoph, my two small questions again from Indian perspective. One is, have you approached Ministry of Railways and Minister of Railways for this? And we cannot wait for 3-4 years, but we should, it has some procurement time also.
Yeah.
So what should be your take? Have you approached them and explain what is in your mind?
No, to be honest, I haven't done that so far. So this conference could be one way to start off and take it from there.
So, Dr. Christoph, my advice is that our minister is very forthcoming or is very innovative in a way. Is a young minister, so kindly approach him straightway, writing an email to him and about explain why this and what are the position, and so that you will get some success.
Thank you very much.
One small advice, you have to approach again, and again, then you will succeed. Okay?
Yes.
Then Miss Sane, I have to ask you about metal hydrides.
Yes.
Which metal hydride, if it is not your company's take, then which hydride you are using for storage of green hydrogen?
Thank you, Dr. Anil. So the metal hydrides are a composite of multiple precious metals, but it's a part of our patent. So unfortunately, I can't disclose the entire information. But if you're interested, I can send you through some more information. Yes.
No, I want to just ask you, but what is the cost of storage? Can you throw some light on that? Because I know, because I am PhD in chemistry, so I know metal hydrides, and that's why I'm asking this straight question to you. And from the cost point of view, what is your take that what is a cost comparative to other options?
Thank you, Dr. Anil. Just looking at our 40 kilowatt hour unit, which can be used for the residential and small commercial applications, the cost is around 30,000 Australian dollars. And if you compare that to lithium ion batteries in the market, for example, it's quite comparable to 3 Tesla Powerwalls, which will give you roughly the same storage space. So it's actually slightly less than that. So especially if you look at it from a levelized cost of energy point of view, the Lavo unit is slightly cheaper as it has a much longer lifespan.
Okay. I have to say one thing, that the future of hydrogen storage as well as hydrogen trains, particularly in India, is very bright. Only thing, you have to approach right channel and ministerial channel for that. Okay? So future for your commercial and other business proposition is bright in India in times to come. Wish you good luck. Then I will request our Dr. Vol Meftlow, founder and CEO, Zero Iowa UK, to deliver his keynote address. Welcome, Doctor.
Hey, Dr. O'Neill, good to be here. Let me put my presentation on screen.
Yeah.
Okay, hope everybody can see it.
Yes.
This Pavel Miftakov, CEO and founder of Zero Avia. We started Zero Avia 4 years ago to decarbonize aviation. We're doing it with hydrogen and hydrogen electric approach. Before that, my background is physics, McKinsey, Google, and my previous company became the largest vehicle grid integration company. It was acquired 4 years ago. I'm a pilot myself, and hence the next adventure was going to be aviation. And we set up the company to build the zero emission aviation solutions. So on that, why we're doing this, of course, all of us are familiar with the effects of the climate change. We in California, where the company was started, in California, feel it with wildfires. Other people feel it with floods and the droughts and so forth. And aviation is becoming a major contributor to that problem. This is a large market. It's a $1.5 trillion market, and as we say, it is flying into its own sustainability crisis. Today already, we have 5 to 10% of total human climate impact caused by aviation. The CO2 part of this is about 50% of that, so about 2.5–3% of the total emissions, CO2 emissions, come from aviation. But there is scientific consensus out there that high altitude particulates, high altitude nitrogen oxide, high altitude water vapor emissions are all causing an additional impact from aviation that more than doubles the effect. So that's why I see 5 to 10% here. And aviation is one of the fastest growing transportation sectors, if not the fastest growing transportation sector. As our standard of living increases, everybody wants to get on the plane and fly somewhere. So we have a business as usual trajectory that takes us to potentially 25 to 50% of total human climate impact from aviation by 2050, as all other industries get cleaner. We already have electric cars on the ground. We already have solar and wind for power generation. There are a lot of solutions for efficient buildings and industry, but for aviation, we don't have solutions. So that was the imperative for starting a company and working on this problem. Early on, we looked at the number of different technologies, battery electric, hybrids, sustainable or synthetic aviation fuels, liquid electrofuels, as some call them, and two pure hydrogen approaches, combustion and hydrogen electric, and decided that based on the potential for reduction in climate impact and technology scalability, which means can we actually use this technology for a large portion of commercial aviation? Based on those factors, hydrogen electric is the best approach. And just going quickly through, battery electric, batteries are just too heavy. Hybrid electric, only incremental improvement. Synthetic fuels or sustainable aviation fuels are fundamentally more expensive, more complex than hydrogen, because you have to start with green hydrogen and then build entire refinery scale plants to do a carbon capture and bind carbon to hydrogen and produce the fuels. The reality is that today that's the only thing that works, but fundamentally, this is not the most efficient way to clean up aviation. And then hydrogen combustion still has a lot of negatives of combustion. While it's dealing with the CO2, it produces actually more water vapor and potentially even more nitrogen oxide because of the higher flame temperature of hydrogen when it combusts in the turbine. So therefore, you have a significant disadvantage there. So hydrogen electric is really the best approach, which is we store hydrogen on board the aircraft and then run it through the fuel cell to produce electricity, and then electricity drives the motors and motors drive the propulsors. So our vision is, as you can see on the slide, renewably powered hydrogen electric aviation, local renewable energy, local production of hydrogen through electrolysis, ideally on site at the airports, and then utilizing it in the aircraft. And that way we can get zero emission, long range, lower costs. So it's not only a zero emission solution, but it's also a solution that can credibly replace significant portion of the aviation over the next 30 years, and then hopefully the entirety beyond. So what we have done to date at ZeroAvia, we started in 2017. We built our first ground prototypes in 2018. We had our first flights of the actual flying prototype in 2019 in the US. Got a number of grants from the UK government, built out the UK facility, built our second prototype, and had it certified for experimental flight in the UK, which is much more complex given the regulatory environments than in the US. Flew it in 2020, then got some additional support from the UK government and raised larger private rounds from Bill Gates Fund, Amazon, British Airways, and a number of other key investors. Shell Ventures, or Shell joined in as an infrastructure partner and investor. And we kicked off the commercial intent project with a 19-seat aircraft that we're now looking to fly in the next 2 months in the UK on hydrogen power. Earlier this year, we also kicked off the large engine program, as we call it. That's targeting large turboprops, so 70 to 80 seat aircraft, and raised additional 40 million private investment from existing investors and some new investors on that. We now have preliminary design of that engine and are going to have some ground tests next year. So really have done quite a bit. We're the leading company in the space at this point with flying prototypes and the largest hydrogen electric aircraft in the air. And we're looking to deploy this across multiple aircraft types. As you can see on the slide here, it starts in 2024 with the commercial application of our 600 kilowatt engine, 10 to 20 seat aircraft. Again, our test vehicle is a 20 seat vehicle, Dornier 228. Actually, Hindustan Aeronautic Limited is one of the key manufacturers of that aircraft in India. And we have just signed a letter of collaboration with them. So we have a manufacturer on our side as well. By 2026, we expect to have the 2 megawatt version of our engine that will go into the 70 to 80 seat aircraft, and we go beyond. And of course, towards the right on this slide, towards 2040, 2035, we don't have a lot of details at this point, but we think that it's definitely possible to get that aircraft up in the air with hydrogen electric systems over time. We have also done a lot on the infrastructure side, as I will explain in detail a little bit later, but we built the world's first hydrogen production and refueling facility on the airports here in the UK. We built all this ourselves, all the designs, the software, the avionics, and you can see on the right here some of the historic flights last year. On the airport refueling ecosystem, we produce our own hydrogen, green hydrogen for our flights, for our tests. We built the electrolysis facility. We built the hydrogen refueling vehicles. You can see on the top right here, and we refuel our own vehicles at the airport with the hydrogen produced on site. So our current systems, the larger system, the commercial intent systems are in test. On the left, the 10 to 20 seat engines already passed some ground tests in California and California, in the UK in the next 2 months, in California in the next 6 months in a slightly different configuration. And for the larger engines, as I mentioned, we're looking at ground tests next year and flight tests in 2023. We've signed a lot of partnerships and agreements, especially towards the COP26, where we had a number of presentations from the company and our partners. It was a great event. I was on a panel with the Minister of Aviation for the UK, and World Economic Forum, and our partners were on the panels with the leads of transportation industry and transportation government in the United States. We've announced Alaska Airlines. We've announced ASL Ireland, a major cargo carrier and passenger carrier in Ireland. HAL I talked about, Schiphol Group as airport partnership, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries as the 50% market owner of regional jets, Rosquet, a major lessor, and so forth. So really great set of partners, and there are a lot of deals we have also signed that we cannot announce yet or at all because of the sensitivity, commercial sensitivity. So really great traction. We have probably around 700 engines now on these commitments, which is a really great traction for our company. And on the strategic partnerships, we have a number of fuel partnerships like Shell, Octopus Energy, and in the UK. On the fuel cell technology, partnering with a number of key players there as well. So building ecosystem around this. Great team, not going to go through all the details, but Sergey and I ran our previous company together. That's again, we built into the largest vehicle grid integration, smart grid charging company. Yusuf, our CTO of propulsion, worked at Airbus, Magnex, Primair at Amazon, and has certified similar systems before. Rudolf is our CTO of hydrogen, a lot of experience, Daimler, Ballard, and so forth. Great advisory board. Christine runs TAP Portugal, and was CEO of a number of regional airlines, a long career in KLM Air France, so she provides a lot of the operator perspective. Mike is ex-Boeing, was chief engineer, new aircraft development there. Timo Anderson on a regulatory side, he was the creator of Military Aviation Authority in the UK, working with the CAA. Andy Brown, 35 years at Shell, was running all upstream, all fuel production. So he's helping us on the infrastructure side and so forth. So really great advisory boards. And lastly, great support from investors. Mentioned already Amazon, Breakthrough Energy, which is Bill Gates funds, British Airways, Horizons, which is a large Hong Kong-based fund, Shell, and AP Ventures, an interesting one. It's the most advanced hydrogen fuel cell fund worldwide, probably. So really great support from investors, UK government, and a number of accelerators that we were a part of. So we think that the future of aviation is bright with the right approach, the right technology, and we think hydrogen electric is that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Well. I have to ask you one important question, and that is, have you tried hydrogen electric aviation apart from UK, anywhere else?
Yeah, so US, of course. We have started a company in the United States. So the first flights, the first systems, first flights were there. We have a large team there between Seattle and California. Then, of course, UK. We have just opened, or earlier this year, we opened a location in continental Europe as well, in Rotterdam. Looking at other locations at the moment in other regions as well. And we, like I said, we just signed a partnership with HAL, which is based in India. So we are going to have presence in India, whether through them or directly.
Yes, Dr. Well, you have a very strong advisory team, very strong. I know some of them, and they are ace in all respect. And so from India perspective, you have already signed, and you have to knock the doors of aviation industry in India again and again. And wish you good luck.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you.
Indian market is definitely a key market for us because there are a lot of these regional aircraft that are flying there.
Yeah, and we have a very ambitious plan for hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen in India. So the future of aviation and train industry, hydrogen train, is bright comparatively. So good luck. Then I will request, thank you very much for your presentation. And now I will request Mr. Naveed Akhtar to deliver his keynote address.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Anil. That's my great pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me over here. And also good morning, afternoon, evening to everyone wherever you are. Let me share my presentation and then I will shortly begin. Hopefully you can see my presentation.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So the title of my presentation is, I would be talking today about hydrogen and fuel cells. And there are a couple of examples, mainly some kind of testing happening on ground for one of our projects. And we are doing also some projects in the sky. So it would be a good connection to the previous presentation from Val. And we can see, what the aviation sector is doing as well. So starting with the, let me see. Due to some reason, I cannot advance my slide. Give me a second. Maybe I have to run in the non-slide mode. Apologies. Give me a second. I think it's maybe I have to run the slides in a non-slideshow mode. Yes, please.
No, you go ahead.
Yes, please. Give me a second.
Technical team, can you help him?
Okay. Can you see now?
No, sir.
Not yet.
Sir, first open your slide, then go to Zoom, click on share screen, then share your PPT. Remember, it should be from first slide.
Okay, so now you should see.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I have to run. Looks to me I have to run in the non-slideshow mode, and that should work.
No, it will be work in slide mode. Please keep it. Please make it full screen. Yeah.
Let me try again.
No. Click this button. This TV time. Yes.
All right. Perfect. All right, so now moving to the next slide, you can see the projects what we are engaged in. So I would go briefly one by one. The very first project we are involved, so I would start from the small to the large. We are working on a automotive sector. So if you see on the right hand side, we are working on an automotive project where we are using the solid oxide fuel cells, which are the high temperature fuel cells, and trying to use those high temperature fuel cells in an automotive sector, which is which you may have not heard before too much, because the problem with the high temperature fuel cells, they are not suited for the automotive. So the challenge here, what we are doing here is, instead of using the high temperature directly for propulsion, we are using as a range extender. So the battery is the prime power in this project, and then the fuel cells, which is a high temperature fuel cell, is extending the range or the mileage of the passenger cars. So that's one project, and this is happening in Germany, so that we are partnering with some OEMs in Germany. The second project, which is in the bus sector, so if you look at the bottom left hand side, so we are running a project, and this started in 2019, and we are leading the first Hungarian fuel cell, and then it was further added to electric buses as well. So before 2019, there was hardly any fuel cell bus development in the Hungarian country. And then what we did, we tried to negotiate with some government partners, some private investors, and then it was the first project where we started this development. Moving on to the third one, and if you see on the right, on the top left corner, we are working on the marine. And what we are doing, we have a local Scottish project where we are working on the feasibility study of using fuel cells, especially for liquefied kind of fueling, ammonia option and the liquefied hydro option, and then seeing how it can support the aviation sector. Because one of the major challenges for the aviation and also for the shipping, as you grow bigger and bigger in the size, then the compressed hydrogen is not a favorable kind of option for us. That's why we are moving to liquefied options on this case. Then on the train side, we are open for collaboration. So currently there is no project running, but we are seeking partnerships and collaborations on this sector. On the bottom right hand side, you can see the aviation part, and here 2 years ago, so it was 2020, what we did, we had a partnership with some German OEMs where we were looking the use of hydrogen in the aviation sector, and also connected with a Hungarian project as well. So two projects, one in Germany and the other in Hungary, and the plan was to use the fuel cells, especially for propulsion and also for drones. So these are the two projects, and shortly after starting those projects, we established the world first international hydrogen aviation forum, which is called IHAC, and this was run last year first time, and then this year as well, and unfortunately due to the COVID situation, we have to run virtual, and in 2022 we will be running this live on site from Glasgow. Then I think if it looks to me is the same issue, so apologies, I have to run. I think it would be good if I run in a non-slide mode. It would help. So give me a second.
Please share again. You share screen.
I think the problem is it's not allowing me to run in the full show. So the best thing is if I run in the non-slideshow mode, it would work. So
yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so the Hungarian project. So you guys can see here the Hungarian project is split into two zero emission kind of drivetrains. The first two are the fuel cell drivetrains, where we are working on the GoldOyne. This is a first Hungarian fuel cell brand, where we are working on 12-meter buses, and also the second one is the 18-meter. So on the right hand side, you can see the picture of the articulated bus, which is a 18-meter bus. And what we have done basically over the past 2 years, we have completed the whole drivetrain selection of the battery, which fuel cell goes into the system, into the drivetrain. We have also selected the electric motors and DC-DC and all the components. And as it was three months ago, the production started for the articulated bus, and we are expecting the first Hungarian fuel cell bus would be ready by Q1 next year. The 12-meter bus is in parallel working. So the very first bus will be 18-meter, followed by the 12-meter. Both are working in parallel. The next are, you can see the last two are the electric buses, which is the E12 and E9 model. And these electric buses, they are already in Hungary now. They have been manufactured and they were inaugurated. These inauguration ceremony happened two months ago. So these buses are now available for commercially selling into European Union, EU, and around the world, wherever, you know, if there are orders from outside the European Union, they can also meet. And we have done all the necessary certification, which is the EU homologation requirement and other kind of, you know, production requirement kind of standards, which are completed. So if you see the next slide, in the next slide, you can see the pictures of the buses, how they look like. So the if you look on the left-hand side, the E9 model and the E12 model, these are the electric buses. And on the right-hand side, the Goldline H18, which is the fuel cell bus model, and the bottom one is the hydrogen model. So there are 4 different models here, and 2 electric, which are already produced, manufactured, and ready to sell. The other 2 are in production. And if I move to the next slide, here I'm jumping into the other project, giving you a brief background on the aviation sector and how we see the aviation sector is evolving. My overall experience in hydrogen and fuel cell is about roughly more than 20 years now. And what I have noted over the last 20 years, the hydrogen and fuel cell sector has enormously grown. And especially within the last 5 years, it has been grown exponentially. And still, there are some challenges, and I would like to highlight those challenges with respect to the aviation sector. So if I go one by one, the very first one is the fuel cell. As we see in fuel cells, so fuel cells used in aviation can be for propulsion or non-propulsion. For propulsion, currently the majority of the key industry players, they are focusing to work on PEM fuel cells, and that's the, you know, the rationale or the logic behind is it is well proven in the automotive sector, in the train sector, in the shipping sector as well. And the mobility requires a lot of transients and low temperature, all these kind of conditions, and that's very much suited to aviation. However, I would mention there are some other type of fuel cells, in particular solid oxide fuel cells, where people, you know, they have maybe not thought too much about that. But if you look maybe 20 years or even 30 years ago, there are projects which were using in the past solid oxide fuel cells, not for propulsion, but for non-propulsion, like APU kind of applications and other things. So what we have noted this year, Airbus was invited in our conference, and they have shown a presentation where they are working on a solid oxide fuel cells. And to my knowledge, this is the only project I am aware of that they are looking on a, maybe at this stage on a research basis, how solid oxide or the high temperature fuel cells can be applicable for aviation, but or particularly for a propulsion case. So as I said, the SOFC have been demonstrated in the past for non-propulsion, but this is the first time I've seen Airbus is doing this kind of research, which is, you know, they have their own kind of pros and cons. And in this case, we can see, you know, how the technology would evolve. The other type is the SOFC combined with gas turbine, and that has its unique advantages, because you can see the current aviation sector already uses the GTE, which is a gas turbine. And if you connect this with a high temperature solid oxide fuel cells, then you can have some other advantages, like you don't need to worry about the fuel, or particularly hydrogen as a fuel. You can use diesel, as you know, kerosene and all these things, because they can be internally reformed within the high temperature fuel cells, and then they can be connected together as a hybrid drivetrain, and the efficiencies can be much higher if you combine those two things together. Challenges wise, currently, to my knowledge, the fuel cell industry is is severely limited by the power density targets, and also for they are both the volumetric power density and the gravimetric power density. So if you see the ground applications where we are running buses, trucks, passenger cars, there are stacks available 100 kilowatt, 150 or 200 kilowatt. But the problem is, if you take those stacks straight to the aviation sector, they would not work at this stage because they are quite heavy and they are quite bulky. So we have to work together over the couple of years, or maybe several years, to make sure they meet this requirement, which is very very tight, because we have to see and match those numbers with the existing gas turbine engines. So then moving to the non-propulsion, in the non-propulsion, you have a wide variety of other fuel cell types, because in this case, in a non-propulsion case, you have a less limitation of these transients and temperature limitations, which means you can, instead of PEM, you can also use for reformed methanol fuel cells. You can have a phosphoric acid fuel cells. You could have solid oxide fuel cells, especially, let's say, take an example of the airport. Within the airport facility, you have a lot of use of heat and power. And for those applications, for APU, for microgrids, you can easily adopt any other type of fuel cells, and they can be well suited for. Then the next is the fuel cell power. So for aviation, my current understanding is we are at this stage, we have demonstrated a maximum of 100 kilowatt fuel cell power within the aircraft at this stage. And if you look the number where we have to hertz to hertz, so I'm just picking the extreme case of this example. So if we pick the Airbus 380, during takeoff, it requires a 230 megawatt of total fan power. So if you compare these two figures, you can see where we are in terms of the challenges and where we have to move forward. The next topic is the hydrogen valleys and hubs, and that's very much suited to the whole ecosystem of the aviation sector. Because take an example of the airport. Within the airport, what you are looking, basically, you have to not only refuel your aircraft, but you have to make sure that it is produced somewhere nearby, because otherwise you are adding the logistic complexity, the cost, transport cost, and other challenges. So in this case, the best example what we are looking, especially in Europe, is a very hot topic that people are talking about, hydrogen valleys and hubs, and that perfectly fits to the aviation sector. Because in this case, what you can do, you can locally produce the hydrogen, you can compress, store, and refuel, and then you have a complete a value chain over there. The next is the operating conditions for fuel cells, especially for the aviation. And if you see, I'm giving a comparison here where we stand in terms of the road applications. For road applications, we are talking -30 at this stage, -30 degrees Celsius for fuel cell operation, and we work at roughly close to 1.5 to 2.5 bar pressure, absolute pressure. Whereas if we look for the aviation, we have to really, pick the extremes here again. So -57, -58, for example, we have to reach to those extreme low temperatures, and also the altitude, compared to the ground applications, is far higher. And if you look at the pressure conditions again, so the pressure conditions are completely the opposite here. So we are working at a very low pressure. As you go, higher and higher in altitude, the pressure of the oxygen, decreases. And in this case, you have to make sure the oxygen which is going into the fuel cell stack has to be compressed or to be stored at the required pressure where it is operating. Otherwise it would affect your performance and efficiency. Refueling wise, standard, I think the problem I have seen, or the challenges we are facing at this stage, there are hardly any standards yet established beyond the passenger sector. So even in the passenger cars, we are working with a 350 700 bars for the passenger cars, and also 350 for heavy duty. But if you go further to the trains, for example, to the shipping, there are options available. People are talking, okay, so 350 is the current norm for the heavy duty, but there could be options. There are some application where people are demonstrating for heavy duty 700 bar could be applicable, and likewise. So for aviation, what would be the standard? We don't know yet, because there are options. People are working on 350 bar. There could be options, the liquefied hydrogen or sustainable aviation fuel as a interim solution, or for long haul aircraft where you are working for a heavy mileage, long mileage. Safety, needless to say, when we work for the aviation sector, the safety is the one of the most strict criteria. And if you see the numbers here, so with the fatality rate acceptable is like, one fatality over 1 million operating hours. So if I put my fuel cell into an aviation sector, surely I need to meet those requirements. And currently you can see, if we are just doing demonstrations for several hundred hours or maybe sub 100 hours, in this case the challenge is enormous there. So we have to really make sure the aircraft is robust enough before it goes to the commercial or passenger use, basically. And therefore we have to work on the certification standards and all these regulations. Then the next one, here, what I've done in this slide, I tried to compare a complete entire value chain for the hydrogen and taking airport an example. So if you look in these 3 columns on the left hand side, the very first the case is you have a need for the local transport infrastructure requirement. For example, there would be buses running which are taking the passengers from nearby area, or the taxis, and there are some lift trucks which are taking the luggage from one place to the other. There are some trains, shuttles, and they are already happening. In many parts of the world, you can see all these things running, and they are currently powered by fossil fuels. So what we are looking as a complete value chain, or make a hydrogen valley, or the hydrogen hub within the airport, we have to make sure the whole entire value chain is decarbonized. So in this case, we have to make sure all the things which are mentioned in the left hand side, they have to, there is a great opportunity for us to make sure they are completely decarbonized, and there's a heavy use of hydrogen and also for fuel cells. Then in the middle part, when you reach to the airport, then it has its own kind of infrastructure requirements. So especially you need a power generation, and also there is a heating or air conditioning requirement depending on which country you are. So we can easily use backup power generation, portable mobile power generation. Terminal buildings can be heating, ventilation kind of things can happen on. Microgrids can be installed. That everything can be done by hydrogen and fuel cells. And this is the criteria which I was talking before. It is a non-propulsion, which means you can fit any other type of fuel cells. You do not strictly require PEM fuel cell in this case, which is the current standard at present for using PEM in the propulsion type. Then on the right hand side, once you reach to the terminal, then it has its own kind of logistics, its own infrastructure requirements. So there are a couple of things which you can see. Cargo loaders, for example, there are electric GSE running there. There are some tow vehicles, de-icers, and all these kind of things. So they all need to be decarbonized. And what we need, basically, we need to make sure that everything is powered by either a hydrogen fuel cell or a combustion engine, depending on as long as it is hydrogen power, you can decarbonize. But you have to make sure that there is a difference between using hydrogen in a combustion engine versus hydrogen in a fuel cell, because you still have the challenge in a combustion engine to eliminate this NOxes, which is very hard. So I'm hearing there are some new developments where people are taking this NOxes to very minimal level, but you cannot make them zero. So that's still a challenge. The other challenges are, we have to make sure that the refueling which is happening, if it is happening, the current norm is it happens, the kerosene or the jet fuel happens straight at the terminal, at the airport boundary. So if you are doing this, so what would be the new norms? Are we installing the hydrogen refueling station straight at the next to the airport, to the flight to refuel, or the hydrogen is coming from somewhere else and we are just transporting and then just simply storing and refueling it? So all these things need to be properly monitored. Operation wise, it has to be proven. So the biggest advantage I see for the hydrogen valleys concept at the airport is, what we can do, we can take the learnings from the road, rail, and industrial power section, which is very well advanced in terms of hydrogen and fuel cells, and then use that knowledge to apply to hydrogen and fuel cells applications within the aviation sector. What would happen in that? Because the aviation is driven by the large volume, and once you increase the volume, then you can easily bring the cost down for the hydrogen, green hydrogen, and that's the biggest challenge. We are still facing. The cost of the hydrogen is still higher, and this can only come down if you scale up. And that would make sense, if you do this complete value chain at the airport. So my last slide is just an invitation to all the audience. We would be running this 3rd International Hydrogen Aviation Conference again in 2022, and this time we are, depending on the COVID situation, but we are very hopeful this year. This would be in person on site in Glasgow on 1st of September 2022. So with this, I would like to thank you all here for listening, and if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Yes, Dr. Naveen.
Yes, please, if you have any questions.
Yeah, Dr. Naved, I have a small question from you at this moment. You have mentioned that aviation at very high temperature fuel oxide fuel cells, they are used in aviation and they are good at high altitude and very low pressure.
No. The advantage of solid oxide fuel cells is there are a couple of advantages rather than the high temperature altitude. That's a different story there. So the advantage for using high temperature fuel cell is the fuel flexibility. So the biggest advantage is currently we are talking establishing the hydrogen value chains at the airport, and that's the biggest challenge, because you have to make sure when your flight goes from point A to point B, both of the airports should have the same infrastructure to refuel your hydrogen. Otherwise, it would not work. So currently, the advantage of using high temperature fuel cells or solid oxide fuel cells, which Airbus is doing this research, the advantage is you don't need to rely on pure hydrogen. So you can easily use any other fuel. So it means the high temperature fuel cell can use the jet fuel. If it is reformed, the jet fuel can easily be reformed and still can be used. And the other applications could be if you have a natural gas or any other fossil fuels that can still be used, which means you are completely independent of hydrogen in this case, and the infrastructure would not be a bottleneck. However, the challenge still is that there is no demonstration as of yet that someone has proven the high temperature for a propulsion application in aircraft. So Airbus is starting this research with an aim to do this in the propulsion for the aircraft. But in the past, this has been done in conjunction with gas turbines, because in gas turbines, then you can do that. So if you combine this with gas turbines, then you use the kerosene to be used for gas turbines and the solid oxide to be used for APU, auxiliary power unit, and other things. So you are not relying for these dynamics, which are challenge.
Yes, Dr. Naved, one more question is from audience, is that when you say that at low temperature and at high pressures, aviation fuel will be there, or sustainable aviation fuel as a hydrogen will be there. Do you mean that hybrid fuels are being used apart from hydrogen and others, like jet fuels?
So yeah, how I see the aviation sector is evolving. They would be using the hybrid drive trains. So in this case, taken again the Zero E example of Airbus. So there would be a gas turbine, but this gas turbine, what they are working for, they would be powered by hydrogen. So hydrogen is combusted in a gas turbine, and then part of that hydrogen goes to fuel cell. Now the question is, how much is the portion or percentage which would be run by the gas turbine or by the fuel cell, but still it is hydrogen. The fueling part, that if you if you want to be independent out of hydrogen, the only option currently the industry is considering is moving away from hydrogen is to use sustainable aviation fuel. And that I personally see this could be an interim position. So let's say from now and until we have a fix for the long haul aircrafts, the aircrafts which are talking about 7,000 miles or more than 5,000 miles, for example. So from 5,000 to 10,000 or over miles, there is currently no way at this stage that you can use hydrogen because the technology is not ready. So hydrogen is presently, at present, it is adopted for the short haul, very less range, like 1,000 miles, maybe 2,000-3,000 miles. And once you are going to a high utilization, then hydrogen at this stage doesn't work because you need to make sure hydrogen is liquefied, and a liquefaction has own challenges. So what people are doing, people are taking this lead time. I would say this is just a lead time, and this lead time would give us extra time to develop the hydrogen technology, maybe by 2040, 2050, and that's the time where sustainable aviation fuels would be advantageous to keep working until 2040, 2050.
Thank you, Dr. Naveed. Now there is a question from audience to Dr. Christoph. In fact, there are two questions. First, I will read one to Dr. Christoph. This is asked by Dr. Vikas Kamal. Hybrid hydrogen and diesel train is a reality in beginning. Hybrid hydrogen and diesel train is a reality in beginning.
I would say, especially when it comes to locomotives, there is a tendency to combine both technologies in one locomotive, so that we can use both technologies in one asset class. However, when it comes to passenger multiple units, which are usually lighter and smaller, it's rather, I think, difficult to combine two technologies and two engines, etc., into one multiple unit. And therefore, given the small size of, for instance, hydrogen electrical multiple units, it would be difficult to have two technologies on board, given the size and the weight which comes with two technologies at the same time. But yes, when it comes to classical push and pull trains, so a locomotive plus passenger wagons or freight wagons, then the locomotive can be a hybrid technology combining diesel and hydrogen.
Yes. Now I will request speakers to present their final word, final takeaway from this conference. I will start with Ms. Sene Vickers to kindly address.
Thank you, Dr. Anil. I think from Lavo's perspective, there are lots of opportunities for the Indian markets, and we've already been in touch with a couple of industries, specifically in the telecom markets. And yeah, I want to thank you for the invitation, and look forward to connecting with you all after this event. Thank you.
Dr. Christoph, please.
Thank you very much also from my side for the chance to speak at this very interesting conference and to see different aspects of hydrogen applications. And I do believe there is a bright future for this technology in rail transport worldwide, as well as I've learned also in India. And this is my main takeaway. Thank you very much for that. And let's keep in touch. Yeah.
Dr. Navid, please.
Many thanks. First of all, many thanks, Dr. Anil, for inviting me over here. So my great pleasure here to be here. My takeaway is that what we need to do is to do collaboration and cooperations in this industry, and that's the key. If we have the networking, that would do a quite a big success to all of us. And likewise, I would give you a cross invitation to come over to Glasgow for our upcoming conference. Thank you.
Dr. Well, are you there? Okay. Mr. Anil Rajdan, are you there, sir? Okay. So one common message is to all the stakeholders and at international arena that collaboration and cooperation is a need of our, particularly in India. Your future is bright, as future of hydrogen is bright in India, and we will see in times to come. Every year we are having this conference on the same dates. This is virtual, but hopefully next time it will be hybrid. As in all places, your hybrid fuel with hydrogen is used. So we will have a hybrid conference next time, online also. Those who cannot come and those who can come physically, they are most welcome. Your support, cooperation, and presence will make a difference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Martin. Dr. Martin Lux, it's okay?
Yes, Dr. Martin. Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you also.
So I had to click obviously a final button in order to get ready for the audio.
Okay, okay. Yes, Dr. Martina.
Hello, good afternoon. Lovely
Good
to be on
afternoon,
board.
Martina.
Lovely to be on board.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Dr. Garg. Hello, Thomas Engelmann, also to the participants of the panel. Good afternoon.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah, we will just start within the next 3-4 minutes. We will start within the next 3-4 minutes. Is that okay?
Lovely.
That's fine.
Martina, you will be the first speaker.
Lovely. Thank you. In cooperation with Mr. Merchandani, we are fortunate enough to be a really illustrating cooperation.
Yeah.
Will you be running the slides, or shall I?
You can do it. If you have problem, then we can help our team.
Lovely, thank you. You all set, Pravin?
Okay. You can hear me loud and clear, yeah? So it's working from the technical side.
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
Yes, Mr. Thomas. So let us start the session. This session is on international cooperation and financing green hydrogen project. Everybody knows the importance of finance everywhere, particularly in hydrogen projects, which is taking up nowadays vigorously. Hydrogen is known for 106 years or more, and its application, they are known from more than 70 years. Emphasis is given, safety aspects are to be taken care. That was only hazard, that safety of green hydrogen is a requirement. Technological advances has been made, and now hydrogen projects are viable. It's a reality in automobiles, in trains, in aviation as a fuel, and very recently in heavy duty trucks. It is taking up in a very big way. India has tremendous potential as the world, and we wish to be leader in hydrogen. As you have seen in renewable energy, we are taking up vigorously. This is due to dynamic, visionary Prime Minister of India, who is cooperating with other international leaders, and that's why the significance of cooperation and financing renewable energy has increased manifold, particularly in India. I'm not focusing on India itself. but this is the reality. So I will request first speaker, Martina Witten, co-founder, board member, and Chief Business Development Officer, Nissan Energy, Sweden. Nelson Energy, Sweden. I beg my pardon.
Thank you.
Martina, please.
Thank you, sir. And I hope you can all hear me well.
Yes, yes.
My name is Martina Witten, and I'll start by sharing a few slides. Hopefully they will unfold for you all. Are we up and running? Yes?
Yes, we are. You might want to go to
Yes.
full slide mode, Martina.
Sorry?
You might want to go to slide share. It's
I have done. Is it not showing?
negative.
Negative, okay. Can you still see
Yes, we can. We can
the
go ahead.
material? I think we'll run with it. Thank you so much, Dr. Garg, for this kind invitation. I feel very privileged to be part of such an important discussion. In the spirit of cooperation, I would like to start by introducing my co-producer and co-presenter, Mr. Ravin Mirchandani. Nielsen Energy is happy to have a partnership with Mr. Mirchandani's group of
Sorry,
companies.
excuse me, ma'am. Please make it full screen.
Yes, I have done, but apparently it's not sharing on my screen. It's full screen, and it's not for you, is it?
Ma'am, I can share it for you if you want.
Please, if it doesn't work for me, please.
Okay, I'm sharing.
I'll stop sharing then, and I'm sorry, but I can see it's a full screen from where I am. So obviously there is a bit of a hitch up.
Yes.
Is it now working?
Okay. Yes. Excellent.
Lovely. Thank you. And I'll next slide then, please. Thank you. Like I was saying, I'm happy to have my partner and a very strong advocate for green hydrogen, Mr. Mirchandani. And please, Ravin.
Thank you very much, Martina. If you can go back to the previous slide, please. I'm just about to introduce Martina. Thank you very much. It is my privilege to introduce Martina Witten, who is one of the co-founders of Nielsen Energy. Martina has a very long history in mobility and clean energy. She worked previously as a consultant, both with Volvo, also Swedish Hydro, before moving on to ABB and then co-founding Nielsen Energy. Today, she's a member of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance Roundtable and is a member of also a lot of advisory boards that are endeavoring to push hydrogen as the future fuel in the world. So we are privileged to have Martina with us today. Thank you, Martina, for making the time for the summit.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Next slide.
Thank you,
please.
Robin. Thank you, Robin, for this introduction.
Thank you, and I'll continue if that's okay. I am positioned in Sweden, so I'll be happy to share Scandinavian perspective and also proven experience on delivering complete system solutions, including green hydrogen for long-term storage and a number of different applications. So hopefully it will be very transparent for you that this is happening and it's being financed and it's moving. Very shortly on Nielsen Energy, we are a privately owned entity, have a principal owner named Conny Jonsson Carlbo, who is the founding partner of EQT, quite a renowned investment company. And it's important for us to have that long-term perspective in what we do. We deliver, like I said, turnkey solutions, and that includes a number of different technologies from electrolysis to batteries and fuel cells and compressors and a lot of steering and optimization. There's a lot of IT involved. Next
Ma'am,
please.
please put on your camera, please. Your camera is off.
Thank you. Just a very brief picture showing that green hydrogen is so versatile and can be utilized for a number of reasons. Obviously, in a fuel cell vehicle, but as a feeding stock also for electricity and heat, and for a number of different applications again, where the combination of all of these might work out to be a system solution or a hub for infrastructure, emission-free infrastructural development. Next, please. Yes, Ravin was kind enough to mention that I am part of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance roundtables on buildings, and that is one of 6 important roundtables that are focusing on the development of hydrogen, not least clean hydrogen, within the European Commission. And this picture illustrates that there are a number of solutions already in place, up and running, with the 4 different archetypes, of which off-grid and microgrids, decentralized provision of electricity, heat and power is one, and the one that we are mainly focusing. There has been 1,052 pipeline projects identified all over Europe so far. And currently it is very important, and we are really showcasing the importance of public-private co-founding. And that is happening not least in Sweden. And I'll be willing and I'll be sharing a number of different applications that are already in place, and hopefully that will spark some inspiration and many questions. Next one, please. This is an off-grid house, and it also happens to be Nielsen Energy's living lab. It has been self-sufficient for 6 years. So from the 23 kVp installed capacity on the roof and in the facades, this house of 504 square meters is self-sufficient on electricity, heat and mobility. Ravin and many of his colleagues and friends all over the world have visited. We've had more than 7,000 individual visitors to this living lab to showcase that it can be done. And if it can be done in a country like Sweden, it can be done anywhere, because there is a lack of sun here. So the opportunities and the possibilities, not least in India, are immense, I would like to underline. Maybe, Ravin, would you like to add something to that discussion?
Yes, just to outline, thank you, Martina, that, in Sweden, there's 220 days of rain a year, or barely any sun. And in 220 days of rain a year, with just the solar panels you see on the roof of this house, enough hydrogen was generated to be off-grid since 2015, to even use hydrogen to heat water underneath the driveway to melt snow in winter, so that you don't need to actually go and shovel the snow. And has been a curiosity as a result, because everyone from Bill Clinton to Manmohan Singh have come visiting this house to understand what the future holds. And you can just see the promise of what this means for communities in India as the prices of electrolyzers drop and the cost of hydrogen starts to reach the promised $2 a kg. Over to you, Martina.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The proof is in the pudding. This, my friends, is an example of what we call an RE8760 installation. RE stands for renewable energy, and 8,760 hours is as many as we have in a year. And in the leap year, we do service. But in these 5 containers you can see here, we are producing locally green hydrogen for mobility. That's being fed over to a filling station of 700 bars. So adjacent to this, and I'm sorry to say it's not in the picture, there is a solar park that's feeding the installation. So you've got electrolysis, there's a compressor, there is storage capacity, but there is also a container that contains electricity in the sense of both batteries and fuel cell technology. And why, you ask? Because it can also be utilized to work with the local grid. And these kind of system solutions we see as running. There are a lot of requirements, not least for the fact that this is an entity that's decentralized and that can add robustness to the current infrastructure and or add new infrastructure for many different applications. Next one, please.
That's Martin. Just if you can go back to the previous slide. I'm sorry. I just wanted to re-emphasize something. But, you know, the photograph here makes it look like quite a big site, when in fact it's a 250 kilowatt solar plant. If you can imagine 250 kilowatt solar, that's 1/4 of a megawatt. It's really small. A very small farm of solar is feeding a RE8760, which is then feeding a hydrogen recharge station to give mobility to this little town called Marestad in the middle of Sweden, to give free energy or hydrogen to vehicles that are running on hydrogen energy in the town. If you think about it, again, 250 days of rain and snow in this little town, and enough hydrogen being generated just from 250 kilowatts of solar. How many places in India do we have 250 kilowatts of solar that is lying unused because it's feeding lead acid batteries, which are then full and degrading the energy once full. And when you need the energy, that energy isn't available because your surge is much more than the 250 kilowatts can generate at one time. This has become the game changer, and this is something that we are not yet looking at in a big way in India, because we're looking at the big end of town in India. We're looking at the large investments from Adani, from Ambani, which are in huge, megawatt, gigawatt scale of hydrogen. Here we're talking about fuel stations that could be in the middle of the New Delhi-Mumbai expressway with 250 kilowatts of solar that could be generating hydrogen Atmanirbhar independently on their own without having the additional cost of transportation, liquefaction, and the other ancillary costs. So a very good example. We will see more of these as we are recreating this in Australia, which will be ready within the next 9 months, a contract that has just been signed. And we are quite excited about what this means for the future of India. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just add to that, Ravin, that the site that was shown is actually able to, it's not utilized to its full potential. So it can actually produce up until 86,000 kilos or 86 tons of green hydrogen locally. Obviously, then you need to add more solar. Again, we have been deeply involved in adding hydrogen in new applications, and this is actually happening as well as we speak in the same municipality. For the cost of 1.5 million euros, this 1,600 square meters preschool will be self-sufficient with the same technology. So the children here will learn that by utilizing the local sun and water, we can have an emission-free environment from day one. Has it been easy to install hydrogen into a built-up area where children will be educated? No, it's taken 3 years. And that's actually an important part of the equation as well, that we need to lower the threshold, because we are quite used to utilizing hydrogen in the industry back in the on the right side of the industry fence, so to say. But now we're moving hydrogen into new applications, and that also entails security, and knowledge, because there will always be local authorities that need to feel secure about making the decisions and giving the permits. So again, a 3-year journey that is now materializing here as well. Thank you. Next slide, please. An additional example, and also where the public and the private are joining forces to add decentralized system. This is a system that's being prepared as well, where new district heating, bespoke district heating, is being built for an entity of 22 houses, where it will providing its own electricity and heat by solar, but also adding something else, which is the ability to sell flexibility services to the local grid. These kind of hubs are really happening, and I foresee being so relevant in so many different societies and municipalities all over the world, where the current infrastructure is challenged or is not available or similar situations. Thank you. Next one, please. And it's happening, and the opportunity is here. And I'm happy to announce that as of yesterday, we announced that we will be building a new site for scaling up these kind of applications in containers, and naturally in very close cooperation with my friend in this call. And like Ravin said, the first one is also being delivered to Australia, which is I'm very, very happy to say, and it's not next door to Sweden. So we are really connecting the world. Next slide, please. I'll be ever so happy to hand over to you, Ravin, to deep dive about the opportunities in India and beyond. Thank you so much.
Martina. So I will take this very quickly because I'm conscious we're running out of time. From the perspective of India, just to put things in perspective, we are the partner for Nielsen in India, and we've been making hydrogen electrolyzer DC power sources for the last 30 years from our plant in Pune. So we've been supplying electrolyzer units across the world in over 75 countries from our location in India. So India has been a hydrogen player for a long time. It's not new to us, and we know it quite well. Also, I am on the advisory board of H2View. H2View is the hydrogen sector global magazine. So if you don't know about it, I encourage you to log on. H2View.com is the website. So I'm going to talk about hydrogen as an enabler for small scale off-grid communities in India, because funding really is more easily available for small scale off-grid than large scale. You have to be an Adani to be able to put aside 70 billion in terms of hydrogen investments. But how do you do that as a small scale project is what we're going to talk about. Next slide, please. So why hydrogen is a changer is because it allows small-scale renewable energy to suddenly become economical and be firmed. What do we mean by firmed? The problem with renewable energy, solar and wind, is that when you have it, you have too much, and when you have demand, you have inadequate. So in times of summer, you don't have enough storage of energy, and then in times of monsoon, there's a lot of demand and there's not enough energy, and batteries are far too expensive, they degrade energy. Hydrogen, of course, allows you to store energy in the form of a chemical molecule that does not degrade and therefore is perpetual in its capability. What is different in 2021 is that this can be done increasingly economically at a small scale, at a smaller scale, by technology such as the Nielsen RE8760. So this allows for wind and solar not to be linked to the grid. You know, you think about all of these solar plants and wind plants today that are linked to the grid, all of the investments that have been made in many places are struggling because distribution companies are not financially stable, which means it takes a long time to get paid. And so only very, very significant investors can invest in renewable energy in India, which means that the energy mix is skewed until such time as we are able to make small scale renewable energy sustainable by itself, which is where hydrogen comes in, because hydrogen allows for 24/7, 365 days of use of renewable energy, as we've seen in Sweden, as we've seen in Mariestad, as we've seen in the Nielsen Energy Living Lab, and as we've seen in the school, as well as the community, and what we're doing in Australia. So the outcome of that is obviously clean environment. We're seeing the Supreme Court having to tell Delhi to shut down schools so that you don't have traffic on the road. You know, lockdowns are becoming increasingly the habit for everything, solution for everything. In effect, I would say, why don't we look at off-grid sustainable hydrogen to power communities that are using hydrocarbons to burn for heat, for cooking, for hot water, and for energy sustenance, which would change dramatically the way India breathes. So our funding, government funding, today is skewed towards the large end and on the other side, we're trying to lock down people rather than stopping people from being able to burn wood to be able to cook their food. Hydrogen also gives you energy security because you no longer have to import diesel and petrol from the Gulf, and we can become truly Atmanirbhar. And over the coming decade, hydrogen at the cost of between $2 to $3 a kg is going to have a lower total cost of power for remote communities. What are remote communities? They are the northeastern states, for example. They are the Lakshadweeps, the Andaman and Nicobars, the lower remote parts of Chhattisgarh, parts of Rajasthan, where you have small communities that have very expensive power to be wheeled to them, that often is not wheeled to them because of that, where diesel is unaffordable, as we've seen with the cost today, where overall hydrogen on the total cost of energy starts to be cheaper. Next slide, please. So very quickly here then, we call it hydrogen as a standalone power generation, which means that for the areas that I was talking about, the northeastern states, central India, the islands, where you're hauling diesel because it's too expensive to wheel electric cables, you don't have to incur the cost of hauling diesel. You don't have to have the pilferage of diesel. You don't have to have the additional security costs. You're doing what we've done in Sweden, 250 kilowatts of solar, a very small farm can keep an entire community going when it's fringe of grid, small communities that are the edge of the grid, which are too expensive to connect because of the grid. Lower total cost of energy over diesel or over wheeling the grid to them. And in terms of financing, today you have financing from European green funds. There's financing available from EPC companies such as Tata Projects that would be very willing to look at these projects because these are technology provers. The truth is there's not a lot of people who are aware that for something as small as 250 kilowatts, there is technology proven and used for over 5 years, which can make communities fringe of grid or in very distant remote locations, Atmanirbhar in their energy without having to kill trees, burn hydrocarbons and pollute our atmosphere. Next slide, please. Back to you, Martina.
And by that, we would really like to thank you for the attention. And there might be a last slide as well.
Next slide, please.
This is actually my founding partner, Hans Rolf Nilsson, who is Mr. Hydrogen in the Swedish community. We like to really underline and state that it takes the power of bold people and partnerships to make a change. And we want to be part of that equation. Thank you ever so much for the attention, and over to you, Dr. Garg. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. Thank you, Robin. You know the total scenario in India and how visionary our Prime Minister is about green hydrogen. You will have the chair of this session, Mr. Dr. V.K. Saraswat, who is joining any moment now. He was busy. He is a person, is a visionary person and member of Niti Aayog, which is an advisory body to the government. So Dr. V.K. Saraswat is here, I believe. And you can say or you can advocate your case with him, because green power, green hydrogen is a future. Martina, you have very rightly said that there are two things. Safety aspect, because electrolysis of water is being done. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Dr. Saraswat.
Namaskar, namaskar. Thank you. Sorry for delaying your program.
Yeah, you have missed a very important presentation by Martina and Robin, and hopefully you will get, but there are two things I must say before you take over. That cost of electrolysis is a question mark. You are supplying, Robin, you say that you have supplied electrolytes throughout the world and most of the countries from Pune, and cost of electrolysis is a concern. Second is safety aspect. Martina, you have very rightly said, we are concerned about. The future of green hydrogen is bright in buses, in heavy trucks, mobility, in hydrogen trains, and sustainable aviation fuel also. We got very good presentation yesterday also, today morning also on this aspect. So I must ask that Dr. Saraswati is here, emphasize on green hydrogen use, cost of electrolysis and safety aspect. Yes, public-private partnership is required. India has ambitious plan for green hydrogen, and Dr. Saraswati is architect of that. So I will not be in between. Kindly address two aspects of these green hydrogen and financing on this aspect. Robin, you are here, so you are talking always of Australia. In future, you will talk of India. India, India, and India. Okay? Wish you good luck. And Martina, you have to answer.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you, Dr. Sarawat. Yes, like Dr. Garg said, obviously the cost will always be an issue, but I think it is important to underline that it is still quite a juvenile industry that's growing at an immense rapid pace. And that is not least being underlined by the Green Deal within the European Union, where I happen to be very actively involved. A change always comes with adversities. Like you said, so rightly said, Dr. Garg, security is so vital. Not least, it's not so much the electrolyzers; it's actually the storage of hydrogen and the energy that contains, and why it's so important. And as we are doing, to provide complete system solution that makes it a seamless system that works locally, that can be plug and play, because otherwise when we add new people and new technologies without having the full value chain or the full control of the system, we always add risk. Hence why containers being provided. And Dr. Sarawat, we're more than happy to share the information that we did earlier on, and I'll be happy to elaborate. But with the respect of the other speakers, maybe I'll leave it there. Ravin?
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. Garg. Your point, both the point of safety as well as the point that in the future it'll just be India, and India will be a major player in hydrogen is a point well taken, and we're very excited about that. Just to clarify, we don't make electrolyzers, we make the DC power sources, which is the heart of the electrolyzer. And we have been making that for 40 years from India, supplying the world. So we make what is about 30% of the cost of the electrolyzers made by us in India, and we're working hard to reduce that cost around the world. One of the reasons electrolyzers are expensive is because they use rare earths for the electrodes within the electrolyzer. And both Martina and myself are part of a joint funded project between Sweden and India, funded by both the governments as well as private industry. Martina and myself are funded on both sides to innovate through both academia and industry how to reduce the cost of rare earths being used in electrodes, both in fuel cells and in electrolyzers, so that the cost of energy from hydrogen can come faster and closer to the $2 that we have all assumed. Rest assured that we will be at $2 a kg before this decade is out, with all the work that is being done in India, particularly with the big investments that will be made by both the Adani and the Ambani group. In terms of safety, I just want to reiterate, we forget that when you're in a diesel generator, you're sitting on top of a petrol bomb. The reason James Bond movies have these wonderful scenes of cars exploding is because you're driving a bomb. You do not get that in a hydrogen vehicle because you have one safety release valve and the hydrogen escapes in 3 seconds. It does not catch fire the way a petrol bomb does. So it's the Zeppelin balloon from 100 years ago over New York that has captivated everyone's imagination, and then the hydrogen bomb as it being unsafe. But hydrogen is, in fact, when handled correctly, no dissimilar to oxygen being handled in a hospital, to nitrogen being handled in a factory, to carbon dioxide being handled in a bottling plant for Coca-Cola food. I've spent my life in industrial gases, and I can tell you it is not an unsafe gas when you understand it and can handle it correctly. There have been instances, but there have been instances in every industry. There have been refinery fires, there have been refinery explosions as well in the diesel and petrol industry. There have been diesel generators that have caught fires, there have been cars that have caught fire, there have been houses that have caught fire with diesel generators. But I can assure you, hydrogen is inherently more stable and a lot safer. What we do need, though, as an industry, is to get around the learning curve so that PESO, the Petroleum Safety Organization in India, learns from the learning curve of Sweden, for example. So we don't need to take 3 years like they took in Sweden to approve for a hydrogen energy green hydrogen energy generation unit on a school, because there's an opportunity to learn. And for me, that is the crucial message. We must find a way through government to learn very quickly so that we don't waste another 3 years in India. We should leverage what Sweden has done. I know you don't like me talking about Australia so much, but Australia has too. So we should be able to leverage what they've done to bring it to India and make it faster.
Thank you, Robin. Before Dr. Saraswat actually take over, I will just say that from day one, I'm a chemistry graduate and PhD in rare earth. So I know about hydrogen something, but I have asked you the cost of electrolytes. Cost of electrolytes is a question mark world over, not only in India. And Dr. Saraswat will agree that we are seeing blue hydrogen and others because of the cost. So if the cost of electrolyte is reduced, safety, not by your saying, safety by the quality control and other things, safety is ensured, then hydrogen has very, very bright future. With these words, I will request Dr. Saraswat that first to addresses jointly by Martina and Robin was done, and now please take over. Dr. Saraswat, member Niti Aayog, Government of India, please.
Very good afternoon, and I think some of you have joined from other parts of the world, so probably the time of the day is different. So accordingly, my greetings to all of you. I'm very happy that we are discussing a very important topic, which is the hydrogen, which is, I consider it as a sunrise sector. And whatever I've heard so far during the discussion, all the points are very relevant, which includes the cost of electrolyzers, which includes why it is costly and how the cost can be reduced, the safety aspects, the transportation, the storage, all of them. I'll just give you a glimpse of what I think are the various issues, and then we will open it for discussion. If you permit me, about 10 minutes to 20 minutes, I would like to just give you a small overview of what we think is the hydrogen issue. All of you know hydrogen is seen as a potential game changer in terms of achieving net zero emissions. Apart from electrification, battery storage systems, carbon capture, utilization and storage, bioenergy and so on. Its inherent chemical properties, diverse end uses, and compatibility with other fuel and energy carriers make it a potential candidate in the clean energy transition. And mind it, we are into the clean energy transition today, as per the major norms which have been set out as recently as in the COP26, where we have highlighted the importance of hydrogen in a big way and going into net carbon neutrals by about 2070, as per our Honorable Prime Minister. At the present, fossil fuels are being used to produce 6.7 million metric tons of hydrogen for use in chemical, steel, and refinery industries. The majority of hydrogen produced today comes from steam methane reforming, which produces a significant quantity of emissions when used for hydrogen production. So it has to be combined with CCUS. However, this gray hydrogen can be easily transformed to blue hydrogen if we can use a lot of CCUS activities along with that. Green hydrogen, of course, has found relevance in today's energy policy narrative, given its ability to decarbonize hard-to-abate industries. However, to make hydrogen really green, we need our 90% of the electricity grid to be decarbonized. That is the point which has to be underlined and seen in its true sense. What is green to look at? It is like only looking at the tailpipe emissions in an automobile and leave out the well-to-wheel emissions. So same thing has to be done when you look at green hydrogen in its totality. That's why this figure of 90% electricity grid being decarbonized is important. A report which has been published by the Energy Resource Institute anticipates the demand 23 million tons in about 2050. The current price of hydrogen in the country, in India, I'm talking of, ranges in the Indian rupees about 340 to 400 rupees per kg. That's about $4.5 to $5.3 per kg. The cost parity is expected to be achieved when green hydrogen is produced at about 150 rupees a kg, which is what I think Martina and others have talked about, $2 per kg. Apart from electricity, each kg of hydrogen requires around 8.92 liters of demineralized water. The availability of sufficient water streams is critical as it is a valuable and limited resource having multiple application areas. For a country like India, unless the desalination or the saline water-based electrolysis is perfected, if we have to depend upon drinking water, you can imagine India with about 17% of the world's population and only about 4% of the freshwater resources of the world, it is going to be a very difficult proposition in terms of jumping to the electrolysis route. The reduction in the cost of renewable electricity will fuel the green hydrogen mission. Over 30 nations have released hydrogen roadmaps. Industry has declared over 200 hydrogen projects and aggressive investment plans, and in governments around the world have committed over $70 billion in public finance. If all projects are completed, overall expenditures in hydrogen spending will be almost about $300 billion by 2030, which will be about 1.4% of the global energy financing. In India, green hydrogen is still in the takeoff phase, mainly because of several obstacles related to the high cost of producing hydrogen, technical and economic problems associated with its transportation and distribution and storage, and hydrogen application in different industries are still in their infancy. By 2030, India is targeting to produce approximately 1 million tons of green hydrogen per annum. Government of India has launched a hydrogen mission, rather green hydrogen mission, and it has proposed spending of about 800 crores by 2024 for pilot projects, infrastructure and supply chain R&D and regulations and public outreach. The hydrogen sector has been a sharp acceleration in its development over the past couple of years. Globally, due to an unprecedented health and economic crisis, the governments, by the announcement of huge economic stimulus plans featuring ambitious measures to promote hydrogen, focused on the development of hydrogen production capacities, chiefly green hydrogen, the development of hydrogen end users across the industries like refining, manufacturing of such products as ammonia and steel, and mobility sectors, buses, trucks, and other commercial or utility vehicles. By 2030, some $300 billion is to be invested in the entire sector. Only part of the $300 billion will be financed by the public sector, with about $70 billion committed by the national governments to date. The green hydrogen to a vast value chain at crossroads of three sectors. They are mainly, that gives a business profile at different segments like industry, mobility, and energy. Bringing together these three large business lines will lead to manufacturing of upstream and downstream equipment, green hydrogen production, and infrastructures for hydrogen end users, each with its own challenges and a specific risk profile. Now let us look at green finance in accelerating India's green hydrogen revolution. Hydrogen projects need bankable offtake schemes, with ammonia, refining, and mobility projects offering the most promise. There is no merchant market for hydrogen in India. To be financeable, a hydrogen project must have a bankable offtake scheme. Methanol is one such area. A global market already exists for methanol, and about 4.11 million metric tons per annum of green methanol or biomethanol projects have been proposed or are in the early stages of development. Petroleum refining is another area where bankable early green or blue hydrogen projects are likely to emerge. Refineries are among the largest users of hydrogen as a fuel stock, and our early stage hydrogen projects may contract with refineries as off-takers. By 2030, India is targeting to produce approximately 1 million tons of green hydrogen per annum. Support is needed to bridge the cost gap, build low-cost renewable capacity, and scale up transportation and storage locations. This expansion will necessitate financing, and investors will play a significant role in building and advancing at-scale operations. Government support mechanisms will be indispensable at the takeoff phase, but it will not be sufficient to cover the investments required for the massive deployment of various types of equipments across the length of the value chain, paving the way for generation of economies of scale and a massive reduction in the cost. The government is already creating an enabling ecosystem to attract investments. It has allotted 25 crores this year's union budget for R&D in hydrogen. India Hydrogen Alliance has recommended the creation of a national hydrogen thermal themed energy transition fund with co-funding partnership with the aim to raise at least $1 billion by 2030 for the deployment of national hydrogen projects of a certain scale in India. As per media report, the government is also planning to come up with a production-linked incentive scheme for electrolyzers manufacturing to expedite the uptake of green hydrogen. Multilateral development banks and the financial mechanisms under the Paris Agreement can play a big role in this transition by supplementing the government's effort during this phase. It will be one of the key drivers that can help unlock significantly more investment in this sector, which is still at a nascent stage. However, the developed countries are yet to fulfill their initial commitment of putting about $100 billion per year. India will require an estimated $15 billion in public and private funding to set up 15 gigawatts of green hydrogen electrolyzers capacity by 2030, according to the industry body India Hydrogen Alliance. This electrolyzers capacity is expected to produce 3 million metric tons of green hydrogen and would need 30 gigawatts of renewable energy. In the initial phase, to conclude, to mobilize the necessary capital to make green hydrogen bankable, the role of government and multilateral funding agencies will be crucial. A combination of public and private financial instruments can support innovations or early stage projects. Equity ownership can allow venture capitalists to take the lead by investing in projects with significant growth potential. Green bonds can help in mobilizing cost-effective global finance by opening a new pool of liquidity for these projects. To decrease investment costs for hydrogen equipment with dedicated support, potential financing of hydrogen equipment through leasing or pay-per-use arrangements with equipment suppliers is an option. Putting a price on carbon can also help facilitate green hydrogen projects. Fiscal incentives such as tax breaks can be introduced at various levels of the green hydrogen value chain to limit the impact of high capital costs on the profitability of the projects. Technology sharing and R&D public-private partnership can also help in reducing costs, realizing synergies, and exploiting complementarity. Hydrogen fuel cell vehicles versus battery electric vehicles is another area which keeps on being debated. From a commercial viability standpoint, when deciding on shifting towards cleaner fuel alternatives, two primary contenders come to the mind. One is the BEV and the hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. Notwithstanding the various benefits of hydrogen FCEVs over EVs in terms of reduced refueling time, 5 minutes versus 30 to 40 minutes with fast charges, high energy density, longer range, etc. According to the recent report of Deloitte on hydrogen and fuel cells, the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions from hydrogen FCEVs ranges between 130 to 230 grams carbon dioxide per kilometer. The life cycle greenhouse gas emissions per battery electric vehicles range between 160 to 250 grams of CO2 per kilometer. And the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions for internal combustion engine and vehicles is about 180 to 270 grams CO2 per kilometer. So you have a distinct advantage if you look at hydrogen FCVs. So with these points, if you look at, you have a major advantage in putting your money today on green hydrogen. And certainly it is going to be the real sector which is going to drive the economy in the next about 10 to 20 years. However, the point which has been raised by some of the participants today, that is decreasing the cost of electrolyzers and also creating equipment for storage and transportation, pressurization. These are very, very important issues. And looking at India, where we certainly have a lot of technology gaps in these areas, collaboration with various developed countries where such activities have already taken off will be the right approach for us to bridge that technology gap and also work in collaboration through the Hydrogen Association Alliance, where even the export of hydrogen in the form of ammonia or methanol can be considered as a trade option. I would say that unless we reach the kind of scale for electrolyzers, green hydrogen will remain a distant dream. And for that, you have to produce something like 45,000 electrolyzers per month. And that is the kind of numbers which will be able to bring down the cost of hydrogen. While some efforts have been made in India, the company ACME has done some wonderful work in Bikaner, and they're trying to set up units for that. I think still, unless we have the large-scale production of electrolyzers and all the equipments, the blue hydrogen will remain the enabler to reach the requirement of the green hydrogen. And hence the carbon capture, storage, utilization, along with all the existing hydrogen production plants where they are being done today, will be the right approach for us to go ahead and reach the requirement of the green hydrogen as a nation. Thank you. I would stop here and look for comments on what I have said. And we will certainly like to discuss issues which are related to the financing, which are related to production, storage, and the cost of various elements of electrolyzers, like people were talking of rare earth materials for electrodes and so on. I stop here. Thank you.
Might I add something, Doctor? This is Martina speaking, Nostalgie. Thank you for that, for the speech. And what I would like to underline is that not in contrast to massive projects, green hydrogen projects, one should really look into decentralized. And the way, not least the way that water, if you have a stationary application, water can be recirculated. You will lose about 3%, which can be topped up by rainwater. But water is essential, like you said, extremely so. And the fact that when you think locally, you add to security of a pipeline or a massive infrastructure. So by adding that perspective, I'd like to underline, and that is also a very, very active debate within the European Commission. I come from a country where there are massive projects being produced, green steel not least. We are talking about electrolyzers for 800 megawatts, but frankly, they don't exist. And what is happening rapidly, and where we would really like to work closely together, like Mr. Mirchandani and I are already pursuing, there are small-scale electrolyzers being produced at a rapid speed right now, with the plans of within a few years having a new electrode produced in every 50 seconds. And when you start building systems where you scale up or scale down and use them as modules, you can reach scale. You can reach scale quite rapidly. That will be my proven experience to bring to the table. I'm happy to elaborate on this at any given time. Thank you.
the two things I would like to mention here is that since you talked about water, I gave you some statistics about the water, fresh water in India, number one. We are also thinking that India, being a very potent source for renewable energy, and could produce hydrogen and then could be exported. And that is where whether you export it in the form of methanol or you export it in the form of ammonia, or even the pressurized gaseous hydrogen, I do not know, or liquefied hydrogen. In all cases, that once the hydrogen goes into the foreign country, the recycling for India remains not a possibility. So export is certainly not the one which can give me the recycling opportunity. So that is one part. Second part, as far as the cost of electrolyzers is concerned, I have done a lot of survey across Europe. I have done a survey across China. I have done a survey across US and some of the other countries, except for China, where we have been promised that one could get electrolyzers to as low a cost as $400 per kilowatt and kind of a thing. But other places, even today, and even next 5 years, nobody is promising anything less than $600 to $1,000 in that range. That is a kind of cost of the electrolyzers which is being talked today. I don't see any other approach other than that we are in a position to do it at a scale, number one, and number two, very cheap materials which we can make use of in manufacturing the electrolyzers, leaving out some of the very costly rare earth materials which are being used today, leaving out some of the catalysts which are being used today, which are also based upon very precious metals or rare earths and so on. So there is a significant amount of R&D is involved for this technology to really come to a level. The slope which the battery costs have taken down for bringing the cost of battery from very high value to today about $160 to $200 per kilowatt. I think electrolyzers are going to take much longer. Number one. Number two, the other area which will be very important in the case of hydrogen, which was also discussed in the earlier dialogue which you had, is the storage and transportation of hydrogen. The cost of storage is going to be significant. Now, whether you go, we are, in fact, since there is not a presentation I did not make, I have very clear picture of what is the best way of transportation today, right from liquid hydrogen to pressurized gaseous hydrogen to the solid hydrogen in terms of amines, in terms of hydrides and things like that. All of them have remained in the cost bracket. They are not making a commercial sense even today, despite research which has been going on for a significant number of years. You have seen that we do not have even today a good amide which can really not violate the energy law. That the energy for dissociation is required is much more than energy for combination and so on. So that, as a result, we are still not looking at it. You know the problems of liquefied hydrogen. You have a problem. Except for the pressurized hydrogen, which is a possibility today because we are able to make compressors to the tune of 700 bars. Even those compressors are not being manufactured in many countries. And there are only about half a dozen countries which are in a position to supply the high pressure hydrogen compressors. So when you look at the global scenario, the expansion of this technology for pressurization, Type 4 cylinders and composites to be brought down to a level so that they can be affordable for transportation. These are all cost issues which will continue to bug. You mentioned that in your country, there are agencies which are trying to use green hydrogen for steel production. We have had a dialogue in our country with all the steel producers. Unless the hydrogen, green, whichever hydrogen, green or blue or yellow or green, whatever color is immaterial. Unless the cost of the hydrogen is less than $2 per kg, the impact of this cost, of present cost, which is ranging production cost of $5 to finally transported cost of $16 in that range, which includes the impact is almost 30% on the cost of steel production. And in a competitive world today, nobody is going to accept that 30% increase in cost. The steel industry cannot afford. And the infrastructure which is already there in terms of blast furnaces, which are using today the kind of coking coals and things like that, all that will also need capital investment for this to happen. Put together, I think it is as on today, and even for next 5 years, it is not becoming a reality. Now, when the slope, when it will become $2 per kg, when the electrolyzers will come to this, is the point which we are talking. The report which has been produced by, if I'm not forgetting, yeah, Bloomberg, which still says that by 2047 also, the blue hydrogen and the green hydrogen will coexist in the ratio of 47% to 53%. That means he is still not anticipating in that simulation model that the cost of hydrogen will come down in an affordable manner so that it can be used. And unless the demand is there, madam, we will not be able to invite investments for producing these equipment in large scale. So it's again becoming a catch-22 situation. And that is where the government investments, government incentives, government participation, public-private participation, and that is what Government of India is trying to do so that we can drive the demand. And once the demand is driven, we will be able to get investments for reducing the cost of electrolyzers, making at a scale that it will certainly make this whole cycle possible. I mean, this is the way we look at it. Unless there are other options available, we will certainly like to make use of them. But certainly, I say, since all of you very wise people are present here, if you can certainly bring in the kind of collaboration for bringing the R&D together and bringing down the cost of this at a pace which is faster than what has been expected so far, I think that will be a great achievement of this seminar.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat. There are 3 speakers. So with all regards and with your permission, Mr. Thomas Engelman, Head of Energy Transition, Kegel Investment Management, Germany, will like to address us.
Sure.
The rest is yours.
Welcome.
The rest is yours.
Yes,
Yeah, welcome.
Welcome to everybody. Thank you for the speech, Martina. Thank you, Dr. Saraswat. Very interesting. Let's say everything what I learned, what I heard the last half an hour. Very interesting. Kegel Investment. We are taking care of the large scale projects. We are investing. We hold 1.5 giga on our own in renewables. We always have invested in renewables. But we also invest in real estate. So it's very interesting what is Martina saying about what is decentralized. Let's call it not hydrogen usage, we call it energy transformation. Because for us, it's very important. We cannot speak about hydrogen as this is the holy grail. We have to speak what is the best technical option for a specific project. And in Germany, we have 2 very important aspects to consider. The one is we have to get rid of CO2. So whatever it costs, it means, is it possible to go for that? And Dr. Saraswat, I'm completely with you. As long as you have coal available, you should not start to start your calculator and compare it with green hydrogen. Forget it, you will never reach a point. The question is, what is the price of CO2? And what is the demand pressure of, let's say, the next generation of our mankind? Because what we realize in Europe, and Dr. Lux, you are hearing that from KfW potentially as well, and Martina, you spoke about green hydrogen compared with green steel in northern Sweden. We see a change of the demand in the mindset of the younger generation. They do not accept a global footprint of CO2 anymore in the future. If you think this is a dream, I do believe yes, but think about the prices of let's call it energy CO2 neutral production compared to fossil fuels. Look at the prices of PV, look at the prices on onshore wind. If we would have made a suggestion 20 years back, Dr. Garg, what is the price of kilowatt hours of onshore wind, offshore wind, or PV, we would have failed. I can give you this example because I was in the M&A team at Siemens, where we invested into, in 2000, it was now 20 years back. We invested in a very small company. It was in Denmark, and we had no idea what is the final price at the end of kilowatt hours. It was not even, it was possible, and we have the best engineers at Siemens AG, what you know, definitely, in that area. So whenever we look into the future, don't forget that we are stay from the standpoint what we have learned the last 10 years. But I do believe that investments will go very sharply into that area because it's a must. Also from the finance sectors, let's say for us, we want to invest $500 million only for the next couple of years in these markets. And we look for all kind of projects. So for sure, also real estate is of attractiveness. In real estate, we always have a competitor. If you're not in a rural area and you have access to the grid and you have the possibility to get the CO2 out of the grid, then for sure a heat pump is of a very high extent attractive because you do not lose so much on the efficiencies in order to come from A to B. But we look also for the hydrogen, Martina. We look for the hydrogen option. We look at a Berlin company, it's Home Power Solutions. They are having the same situation, what you potentially know in your, as not a competitor, it's just a different market. And Dr. Sadavat, what I want to say from India, very important. In the last, let's say 20 years, and I worked with Siemens and we invested very often into the local market of India. The problem in India was always, as long as you invest and you get your money back as an EPC, that's perfect. If you want to invest in India, you have a huge problem. It's the FX, the foreign exchange rate. So if you get paid in rupiah, it's not possible to hedge for 20 years. But if we speak with a bank like KfW, they need a clear cash flow profile. In energy-related projects where you produce electricity, so it was not possible to bridge that. With hydrogen and with the molecule, it could change the landscape. Why? We can produce in India, perfect. We can bring volume to India, so we can bring also a lot of employment to India, and we can export this kind of an energy vector to Europe. And Europe is very attractive at the moment, and Martina spoke about the different, let's call it Brussels options, what we have, hopefully from the new Green Deal. At the moment, I think in Brussels, it takes a little bit longer than expected, but it's always the case if a lot of countries come together and find conclusions. But what we have in mind is really to bring the electron, not the electron to Europe, we bring the molecules to India. What is the right molecule to transport? I would say it depends about what is your off-taker meaning. So I was in one of the panels at the World Hydrogen Leaders in Amsterdam, and I learned from Australia. They explained me that ammonia is the one who wants to transport. And I just called them from a finance perspective. I'm saying, as long as your off-taker needs ammonia, NH3, that's perfect. But if you want to go back to clean H2, you have a problem because you have to crack again NH3. So this is a part of these projects will come. These projects will be huge, and we need these huge projects in order to scale down the prices. You look at NEOM, you look at the MENA region. I think they are preparing already to go into this direction. What I can say is India has a very attractive part because you have sun available, you have sometimes wind available, and you have a lot of good engineers available in order to make these huge projects happen. So I would say this is the first time where we can invest in India. From a political situation, it's perfect to invest in. The point is the off-taker should come somewhere out of Europe, and this is what we are focusing in. And thanks a lot for inviting me here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas.
Sir.
I think India is the right place to invest. I fully agree with you for this kind of a thing. Today, the kind of technology which Germany can bring in, Siemens can bring in, and the type of ecosystem which present government has created, and there's an offtake. I can assure you perfect offtake, whether it's ammonia or whether it's any other molecule. I think it will be worthwhile looking at it. Yeah.
Next, Dr. Martin Lex, Head of Energy, Team India, KfW Development Bank. Dr. Martin Lex, please.
Yeah, good morning and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really pleased to be here in this panel and hearing all the interesting contributions and also contributing from our side towards this, I think, one of the most important issues in energy transition in the future. So maybe I just briefly get back to you we have been mentioned already by Mr. Thomas Engelmann. KfW Development Bank here is a part of the overall KfW family. As you might know, KfW is completely state-owned, owned by the government, and we are supporting also in Germany since decades already energy efficiency rooftop solar. So we have really a broad experience from Germany and all over the world in when it comes to promoting renewable energy and energy transition. And as we work here on behalf of the German government, I also would like to emphasize that the Power-to-X in green hydrogen is also considered by the German government as one of the 4 key pillars for really making energy transition possible. So we have energy efficiency, we have renewables, we have grids, which is key for everything. Also, we have the green hydrogen. Sorry, I see that. Am I still audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
So from this very point of view, I think we are, as KfW Development Bank, not only in a very good position to support it, but we are also very much ready to do this. I'd like to mention that there is already a German green hydrogen strategy that is not only focusing on Germany as such with several billions of euro, but also to promote energy, green hydrogen all over the world with different financing and supporting mechanisms. What we see is, in general terms, in different countries, not only in India, that there is a lack of experience with this new kind of applications for hydrogen. We have also, in many cases, a lacking regulatory framework in order to support the promotion of green hydrogen, that also from the banking point of view and from the private investment point of view gives this security to the investors to really go ahead with that. And logically, we have to see that markets and the starting conditions for green hydrogen are also very different in the different countries. No, KfW as such has been or is promoting pilot projects in green hydrogen already all over the world. We are working in Northern Africa, we are working in Latin America, for example, in Chile. We are working in South Africa, in Southeast Europe. So from this point of view, we are already generating this kind of pilot experience. So far, we see that there's still, and I think that has been already mentioned in several occasions, that there is still a gap in costs when we compare the output of green hydrogen and that we really need to come at economies of scale in order to make this a feasible and also bankable approach, because we don't want to need finance only pilots. We need to finance really bigger projects. We need to finance the rollout. Thus, there will be, in a longer term still, the need to support and subsidize green hydrogen investments through the adequate financing mechanisms. And we also understand that the developing of this economy of scale is a process that will take some time. I think Mr. Sarasat has already mentioned this clearly, that this is not the thing that we do just switching on a switch, rather than a process that needs some time. We are also prepared to support this process over a longer period in time. One option for stepping into this technology is, for example, only focusing on part of the value chain. For example, we have been mentioning ammonium already, or methane, that we see, okay, we just take parts of the sector, we focus on this, and there's where we generate first economy of scale and also the respective technical, political, and financial experience in order to roll this out to other sectors. And in this respect, I think it's so important to think cross-sectoral. No, we talk about energy production, energy storage, energy transmission, and the usage. We ask ourselves, do we want to couple this with mobility? Do we want to couple this with fertilizers? Do we want to couple this with steel production? And there's where we really start focusing, when we start working in order to make this really financially feasible. And yes, I think we as KfW, we are very much interested to and willing to look into all these approaches that appear reasonable. And we are also working already in other parts of the country, in other parts of the world, developing the financing mechanisms that could lead to bridge this gap from small solutions to really rolling out this to a larger scale. From this point of view, maybe I just finalize, the government of India is considering already to impose green hydrogen as alternative fuel in the industrial sector, for example, to start with. And we as KfW could also explore opportunities to support the government of India in this respect, also in this endeavor. Again, I think here I would like to finalize. We need big solutions. We don't need any niche solutions. When we look at the Indian renewable energy sector, we know that in order to reach the goals, the renewable energy goals in India, every year in the next years, 50 gigawatt of renewable energy have to be added to the existing energy system. That is huge. We have never reached this. So there's really a need for big intervention. There's also a really a need for big finance, but we have to look at smart solutions first in order to use this government money most efficiently, including and involving private partners, and focusing on the most important and most promising sectors at the beginning. I would like to conclude with this. And and I'm happy to answer any additional questions in this respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think you have really brought out one very point which is very significant, that renewable energy which is required to meet all the long-term goals of hydrogen, green hydrogen, the inclusion or the penetration of that in India would take a lot of investment and lot of effort. And as our Honorable Prime Minister has said, we want to do it net carbon neutral by 2070, and we want to be 500 gigawatts by 2030. That itself is a very onerous task. And especially with the point, what I would like to emphasize here is the dependence as far as photovoltaic cells are concerned on various parts of the globe. Because in India, we have not yet gone to the era where we can produce some 10 gigawatts or 20 gigawatts worth of cells in India. So that again is a supply chain problem, which can be a major hurdle in the future hydrogen mission. So these issues have to be factored, and investments have to be certainly identified, and that is where an agency like yours certainly will be of great help if we can really capture the visions of our corporates who are willing to set up, both in the case of electrolyzers as well as in the case of photovoltaic cells, the major industrial setup for mass scale production. So I think this is an opportunity as far as India is concerned, and your offer in that direction is welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat. There are two things I must admit and say very clearly. Number one, the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister of India is crystal clear and long term. And team of Prime Minister include Dr. Saraswat, who is a visionary and realistic also same time. So your takeaway, I will request that you should speak 1 or 2 minutes or 3 minutes about the takeaway from this conference, and you send your recommendation to me so that I can submit to Dr. Saraswat and government for their data bank. At least if some action is required, then it's okay, but at least it should be a data bank for future generation to come. So I will request one by one, starting from back, Mr. Martin, what is the takeaway from this? Before that, I will ask, Daniel is there? Mr. Daniel is there?
No, sir.
No. Okay, Puneet, thank you. So Dr. Martin, first your takeaway from this conference and your comment.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My takeaway is very simple. There is a huge need and there's a huge potential to promote green hydrogen all over the world. And India will be and needs to be a key player in this. And our offer, I can only talk from a lower point of view, because all this needs to be agreed between German and Indian government. But I think in general terms, it is already clear. We are really prepared to support this process technically and financially, as long as there is bankable and bankable size in that needs that leads to long-term and sustainable cash flows and revenues.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Dr. Martin. Now, Mr. Thomas, please.
Yeah. Let's say thanks for my big let's say take what I'm gonna take with me is really the situation in India. I think will change with this molecule because India can play a very important role as an export. So, and for us in Germany, what we would see it as very attractive, we should not be connected to one or two countries with regard to energy. So we want to be more flexible, and India could tap into that quite quickly, because you have the boundary conditions to invest in is there. As I said, from our perspective, my key takeaway is, if we can go that way, I think we can also give the government of India a good support to bring costs down in India. And potentially, this is our wish, our vision, that in 10 years, if we speak again, the decarbonization and the net zero in India will potentially not be, it will be potentially 10 years earlier already, in order to get rid of CO2. This is, let's say, the vision I have and what I learned so far. Green hydrogen can play a very important role for that.
Thank you. Now I will request Robin Mirchandani. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Dr. Garg. Thank you for the opportunity as well. I couldn't agree more with Thomas. I like the words he used. This molecule will change the destiny of Indian energy consumption and utilization, and I couldn't agree more with that. My key takeaway is India is going to be a big player, and our destiny in India will change as a result. I just want to re-underline in our focus on the large end of town, we should not forget about small disconnected communities that can benefit from technology already proven to have clean green hydrogen as the energy source. Thank you.
Miss Martina, please.
Thank you. And again, thank you for this this opportunity. And my send-off or message to future generations, as you mentioned, Dr. Garg, would be there is an underutilization of the resources that we have at hand. Not least renewable energy. We can store it until it's needed, and we can utilize it to strengthen the current infrastructure. One thing that hasn't been mentioned in this talk is the fact that there are many resources that are very valuable that need to be protected for a number of different reasons: security, safety. I'm sure you can imagine that there are many. By adding decentralized perspective to the large scale, not in confrontation with, but adding to, you may run even faster. And I promise that we will continue our cooperation, Mr. Mirchandani and I, and do our best to really contribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. I will request all honorable speakers to send a few lines about their takeaway and what is expected from Government of India and how you will cooperate to Government of India, so that we can send to Dr. Saraswat and to the government. And if you have some question or something to ask from Dr. Saraswat, you are welcome. And finally, I will request Honorable Dr. Saraswat to finally wrap it up. Please, Dr. Saraswat, please.
Thank you, Dr. Azhar. I think the participants have given us some very valuable suggestions. I'm very happy to note that there is a will, there is a push to participate in India's journey of energy transition. An Indian journey of energy transition, as stated by my Honorable Prime Minister, is very crystal clear. And that has been brought out. Those of you who have followed the COP26 statements, that has been brought out very clearly. We are talking about not phasing down carbon. We are talking of phasing, we are going to phase it out, not push it up, push it down, that kind of a thing. So that summarizes the approach which Government of India is going to take. That means there is going to be a mix of the activities as far as energy transition is concerned, in which the renewable energy will play the majority role, but the fossil fuel based energy also will play the role, but with carbon capture and utilization to ensure that the impact of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gas emissions on the climate is reduced. So my request to the participant is that if we can be partner in this journey of energy transition, both in terms of producing hydrogen, storing hydrogen, transporting hydrogen in the most cost-effective manner with the research and development approach together, that will be the most useful thing to happen. And second thing, if we can do a bankable proposition on projects as brought out by many of the participants here, where we can do the export of hydrogen from India to the various other nations as a molecule, I think it will be a great benefit. So let us all work together in that direction. And I'll be very happy for getting individual suggestions from various participants from Germany, Sweden, and others, where we can carve out some specific projects together to produce various aggregates of green hydrogen or blue hydrogen in India, and also carry out a financing mechanism which will be acceptable to all the countries in a win-win mode, to ensure that it is a profitable, bankable venture to produce hydrogen and export from India. Being a land of enough renewable energy, being a land of skills, being a land of a lot of engineering, technological skills, I think the ecosystem in India is absolutely perfect. The question is, how do we work together? And that is where the 3 lines or 4 lines which you have requested will be of great importance to me. And I will certainly take it forward with my government to make it a proposition of many projects with many countries together. And that is all I would say. And thank you for organizing this seminar. And I would like to thank all the participants for very positive inputs from all of them. And it's a great input as far as India's hydrogen mission is concerned.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat, for your time. Synergy in energy is required, and as the theme of this session is international cooperation, financing green hydrogen projects. This is the theme. So under this theme, we will cooperate for creating a synergy, and we will meet every year on the same dates, whether it is Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, whatever day may be. We are meeting every year on the same date, and you can monitor step by step progress what we are making. With good wishes and your cooperation, we will close this session with the permission of chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Saraswat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Many greetings to all of you, and wish you all the best in advance for the new year, which is going to come in next 1.5 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye then.
Thank you, sir. पुनीत,
यस सर।
ठीक हो गया?
हाँ जी सर, काफी अच्छा सेशन था।
सब पॉजिटिव थे, ये सबसे बड़ी बात ये है।
हाँ जी,
चलो ठीक है। नेक्स्ट सेशन 4 बजे से है।
हाँ जी, इसमें भी आ जाएंगे सब अभी।
देख लेना सब लोग आगे कि नहीं।
नहीं, अभी नहीं है, अभी आ जाएंगे। अभी तो
ठीक है, ठीक है।
ठीक है। वेस्ट का भी हो चल रहा है।
हाँ, देख रहा हूँ मैं, चल रहा है। चलो ठीक है, गुड।
और इसमें एक लास्ट वाले में वो जर्मन एनर्जी एजेंसी के चेंज हैं। मैं आपको व्हाट्सएप पे कर देता हूँ डिटेल्स।
हाँ हाँ,
लास्ट सेशन जो लो कार्बन रिसोर्सेज पे,
हाँ, उसमें क्या है?
उसमें जर्मन एनर्जी एजेंसी के जो आ रहे हैं मिस जेनिनेट, तो उनकी जगह मिस्टर मार्क क्रेजिंग आ रहे हैं,
ठीक है,
प्रोजेक्ट डायरेक्टर एनर्जी सिस्टम।
ठीक 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 है।
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, good afternoon. Sorry? Yes. Previously, I was in Taiwan for 10 years. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Peters.
Good afternoon.
This is Dr. Garg.
So,
This is Dr. Garg.
yeah. You can hear us?
Yes.
Fine.
So how we pronounce your name?
Mr. Diewald. Diewald.
D. White.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah, fine. Super.
Good.
So perhaps for the setting, I make only a short introduction and then I hand over to the speakers. Yes? Is the idea?
Yes. Yes,
Fine.
I will just ask you to chair the session and deliver your keynote address. Then you can have two speakers with you. So they are given full time and they can speak. And at the end, what is takeaway from this conference? They have to summarize and also send me a note of 3-4 lines so that I can submit to the government for their action, if there is any, our recommendation of the conference. That is it.
Okay.
Within next, say, 1 minute, we will start.
So the speakers are there?
Speakers, Dr.
them.
Indrajit may join.
Yeah, I already joined.
Yeah, so,
I see.
so first speaker is already there. And Madam has already joined. You have to chair the session. So that is it.
And Mr.
So,
Bliske,
with your permission, I will start the session.
Good.
This is keynote session 7. Green hydrogen through electrolysis of water and safety of hydrogen in energy systems. This is chaired by Mr. Diewald, Chairman of the Board, German Hydrogen and Fuel Cell Association, DWV, Germany. Dr. Diewald, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Yeah, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the session Green Hydrogen through Electrolysis of Water, Safety of Hydrogen in the Energy System. It is an honor to announce 3 experts in the hydrogen industry as keynote speakers. Mr. Mathieu Bliske, CEO of Lyft from the USA. Mr. Sebastian Cox Andreasen, CEO of Green Hydrogen System from Denmark, and Dr. Sean, Professor, Department of Chemistry, Center of Clean Energy and Nanoconverts. I hope that is right.
Hello.
Yeah, so green hydrogen, perhaps a few words before. Green hydrogen is becoming the game changer of the global energy transition. The majority of the experts agree. But green hydrogen can also become an economic game changer for many regions of the world. Renewable energy such as solar, gold, power, wind power can easily be traded globally as green hydrogen. This creates enormous economic opportunities for many regions of the world, but also the possibility for industry countries like Germany to achieve their goals. We will therefore certainly see a number of new energy partnerships in the coming years. But now let's get into the session and the keynotes. I'm sure we will hear exciting presentations. So I'll hand it over to first, I think, to Mr. Wieske, or we can, I don't know exactly. I will start with Mr. Schoen. Yes?
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Can I start? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, then I just share my screen. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Is visible?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Chairman. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Indrajit Schoen from Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. I also thanks Mr. Cobb to give me this kind of opportunity to discuss and to share my research on the hydrogen production. And I think this is a good platform for further discussion and further establishment regarding this research. And today I'll discuss about the heteroatom doped cobalt N4 nanostructure as an emerging molecular electrocatalyst for electrochemical green hydrogen production. I think last several decades, several scientists, we are trying to discover some green energy. Basically, that is the prime requirement now to protect our environment as well as universe. Therefore, everyone joined together to establish a platform or some system to generate the green energy, and energy we cannot ignore. Therefore, this is a good opportunity to share and discuss. This is my research area. Last 10 years, I'm working in this area. Okay, I'll not give very general introduction because this is already started yesterday, and several invited speaker, keynote speaker already introduced these topics. And I think I'll start just preliminary few words about why hydrogen is important. Basically, if we look in the periodic table, basically periodic table, the first element is the hydrogen. And why hydrogen suddenly comes in the picture? Because overutilization of fossil fuel resources and rising global temperature have urged forward the search for clean alternative energy resources. Hydrogen is steadily recognized as an ideal clean energy carrier for the future due to the environment friendliness and its superior gravimetric energy density, because this is the important part. And basically hydrogen is one of the most useful energy carrier, and mass density also very high. Then it's almost 3 times higher content than the gasoline. This is the important because compared to any other hydrocarbon, is the energy component is there is higher than that. And therefore all of us, our aim to produce hydrogen, there are several industrial process is there. And if we look at it like steam reforming, then thermal reforming, biophotocatalysis, dark fermentation, photofermentation, gasification, pyrolysis, I think in among all this gasification process, steam reforming, already industrial process, and several industry actually produce hydrogen from this. But one major challenge among all these processes is that we are not generating green hydrogen. Why? Because among these processes, when we generate hydrogen, that time small portion of carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide also produced, and that's why whatever the things we are thinking that we substitute the fossil fuel with hydrogen because we want to produce green hydrogen, green energy, but ultimately we are not able to reach that much green level. Okay, therefore hydrogen generation with certain way like photolysis or electrolysis. There we can generate the hydrogen exactly without zero carbon content. But one challenge, big challenging part is the photocatalysis or photolysis is the low efficiency and non-effective. That's the big challenge in this area. But advantage is that we are getting oxygen byproduct as well as because no emission, zero carbon emission. And efficiency part, if we look, see, this is the efficiency part, 0.06% is very low. And production cost, if we compare with the other process, is much, much higher, is around $8 to $10 per kg. Apart from that, another way is the electrolysis, where we use the water as a source material and we produce hydrogen and oxygen. But again, one challenging part is the cost compared to any other process like gasification process, reforming process, where we can produce hydrogen with $1 cost, but here $10 cost to produce, we can produce 1 kg of hydrogen. Therefore, there is a big challenge to produce the green hydrogen by electrolysis. If we look at compared to steam reforming, then coal gasification, water electrolysis, then we can see, I already mentioned why these two are not green one, because we are generating hydrogen as well as carbon dioxide. Therefore, it's not carbon-free hydrogen. And if we look the efficiency is around 95%. Okay, but other way, if we think that water electrolysis, where we use water as a source material and electricity we use as an energy supply energy, and then we can get hydrogen and oxygen, and this is totally green hydrogen. Okay, but challenging part, cost of the production. Okay, and still now if we compare to other technique, this overall hydrogen production is around 3 to 4% based on the electrolysis. Next, if we look at the electrolysis, current technology is there: alkaline electrolysis, polymer electrolyte membrane electrolysis, PEM electrolysis. Alkaline electrolysis already commercial, and PEM electrolysis is not commercial yet, but close to commercial process. Okay, and there are certain advantage and disadvantage, like alkaline process, like low current density, low operating pressure, low energy efficiency. But PEM electrolysis, high current density, high catalyst cost. This one the big challenge in the PEM electrolysis, because in this process we generally use the platinum as one of the key catalysts. But cost of the platinum, all of we know that is very high compared to any other metal. And these are the reaction. I will not discuss very details. All of you know the common reaction is, this is the alkaline medium reaction, this is the anode reaction, this is cathode reaction, and this is overall reaction. And in PEM electrolysis, this is the anode reaction, and this one the cathode reaction. Now, if we compare three systems, like this is solar water splitting. Here solar energy we introduce and we split water molecule into hydrogen and oxygen. There is a reduction, electron reduce H plus to a hydrogen, and water actually oxidize another way to oxygen. In this case, basically we use some semiconductor material, but still this is not yet reach the level of the commercial process or industrial process, because efficiency is very low. If we look at this one, photoelectrochemical water splitting, where electrical energy as well as the photo energy together we used and we generate the hydrogen, and this hydrogen itself is a green hydrogen. And this is the electrochemical. Basically, I'll discuss about this one, the material of this one, how we can generate the cheapest compared to the platinum or substitution of platinum with reasonable efficiency. Okay, and in all this process, actual minimum energy requirement is 1.23 volt. Okay, and in case if we compare with the platinum with other metal, when we use other metal already reported, but additional potential energy is much higher. That's why this process efficiency is low with the alternative platinum metal. And that is the big challenge in the PEM electrolysis or alkaline electrolysis. And if we look at the overview of that, platinum is a very well-known catalyst and its alloy also shows better performance in HER, hydrogen evolution reaction. In another side, iridium and ruthenium based catalyst also used for oxygen evolution reaction. In compared to platinum and iridium, ruthenium, all of know that is very costly. Other transition metal and their derivative also shows very promising catalytic property. But still, there's a big challenge to create a low all of these, some challenges are there. Some catalysts, the activity is low. Some catalysts, that stability is not good. Some catalysts, that catalyst loading is very high. A lot of challenges there. I basically started working on this area 2010. That time we used the molecular catalyst. All of you know the molecular catalyst. I think this year they recognize the Nobel Prize for molecular catalyst. And this molecular catalyst is very well known in organic chemistry. And we use the phosphorine, phthalocyanine, chlorine structure in electrocatalyst system. This is the novel part of our research. And basically, in this way, we try to substitute the platinum and we added advantages of this kind of M4 structure. Basically, these are well-known N4 structure, okay, organometallic structure. I think I'll not discuss about all the parameter like overpotential. All of you know that overpotential, Tafel plot, stability, turnover frequency. These are the basic requirement. We have to compare all the catalyst system with all these parameter, and we can make a table and we can see the performance. And then after, if we able to get some reasonable number, then we able to establish the industrial production. Still, I reach certain level, and that is very close to industrial production. And
Dr. Indrajit, you are doing full justice with the address. Kindly do it and do it elaborately.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I try to focus on that one, the D-band theory, because basically D-band center. We try to tune the D-band center and we try to tune the catalytic activity. And particularly in this case, I use the cobalt N4 electrocatalyst system. Basically, I already say for phosphorine-based system, we use the codal structure, coding structure. Coding structure we are getting from vitamin B12. Okay, and in this case, we introduce the heteroatom, nitrogen atom, carbon atom, sulfur, phosphorus, and we observe that we can able to tune the electronic structure, and that can reduce the reaction barrier, and we can able to get high efficiency electrochemical. This is the N4 structure, and this is the cobalt red one, and blue one indicate the N4. And therefore, there are several combinations. We can use carbon, we can use sulfur and substitute one nitrogen. That way, several combination we try. Here I discuss about nitrogen and sulfur, how it will enhance the catalyst activity. And this is the catalyst production. We started from the vitamin B12 and mixed with the graphene. All of you know graphene is a single carbon sheet, two-dimensional sheet we use as a support, and this one used as a organometallic complex as a catalyst, and this is called molecular catalyst. And we synthesize this one, and after that some process we prepare the final catalyst, and a lot of other characterization. We actually if you someone interested about all these details, you can go in the publication list and you can see it. And we observe the very well distributed the cobalt metal. And after that, when we because this is the vitamin B12, when we pyrolyze around 800, and after that one acid treatment, we found that all the agglomerate metal part is removed and all well dispersed, because we are not getting any big particle catalyst. And this is the hydrogen evolution activity comparison. Here we can see the pink color indicate this one, the linear sweep LSV curve, where we can compare how good it is. And if we look at it, the pink color is the pure platinum one, and red one is the acid treated vitamin B12, that is the nitrogen atom introduced in the N4 structure, and stability also because this one shows the stability comparison with the platinum and graphene, and that time we can see this is well stable and activity is much better. And if we look at the HR mechanism, then Toffel's law, we can see it will follow that first is the Volmer, then hierarchy, and then Toffel. And another way, Volmer, hierarchy, and Toffel, because HER in acidic medium, they follow this pathway. Because in our case, if Volmer is showing that, because this if 120 millivolt, then we say this follow the Volmer mechanism. If it is 40 millivolt, then we can say it's higher, is follow the hierarchy, and Toffel is 30 millivolt, then we say this follow the Toffel. And this is the Toffel plot. From there we can see that this is following the Volmer hierarchy mechanism. Okay, and compared to platinum is much better, but is not higher than that, but much closer to platinum. And after that, lot of other activity, because surface area, we observed that surface area also improved because all this electrocatalytic activity depends on the active surface area. Therefore, we compared those things, and then electrochemical impedance spectra also says that after pyrolysis, then acid treatment, we can improve this one, and overall cost of this catalyst is much lower compared to platinum. And stability, we observe up to 50 hours, there is no deviation in the catalyst part is well stable up to 50 hours. And this is the comparison of Toffel, and Toffel number indicates the turnover frequency, because turnover frequency also quite better, even quite better other non-precious electrocatalyst system. And this is the catalytic activity in alkaline medium. It's also shows much better and promising electrocatalyst system for HR activity. And later on, I developed another system based on the introducing another atom, sulfur atom inside it, and we observe that activity, because this is the introduction of nitrogen inside it. Another one, when we introduce the sulfur inside it, then we found that the D band center actually shifted and towards the Fermi level, and that actually is the crucial for this kind of molecular electrocatalyst system. And we play a lot of modification, and finally we synthesize this system. Very recently, we published 2021. We published this paper in Nano Energy. If someone interested, you can go through and get the details about it. And I'll explain that among other catalysts, like black one indicate this is the LSB curve. We can see the black one, this is the activity of platinum, and red one, this is the LSB curve of the nitrogen cobalt sulfur system supported on graphene. And this is the Toffel's law. And first one, in the acidic condition, the overpotential we observe 67.7 millivolt. Still, compared to any other non-precious electrocatalyst system, this is much better. And if we observe in the alkaline system also, it shows much better, is around 78.5 millivolt at 10 milliampere. And we also check the performance in all pH, because that is also another challenging part. If you introduce the seawater, then we have to check the catalytic activity in all the range of pH, like acidic to alkaline, and it shows quite promising activity compared to any other electrocatalyst system. And this is the comparison chart in the recent last 10 years. What are the other non-precious electrocatalysts people developed, and compare with that, this catalyst performance, can see clearly the performance is quite good. And if we compare with the platinum, it's the overpotential basically 28.9 in nitrogen cobalt with sulfur atom when we introduce sulfur atom graphene support, when we found the overpotential is around 67.7 at acidic medium. This is quite promising, and cost of this electrocatalyst is almost 50% compared to platinum based system. Therefore, is a big opportunity to utilize or big promising activity of this catalyst for further industrial process. This is the conclusion. Particularly, we enhance the catalytic activity based on the molecular catalyst, electrocatalyst synthesized based on the vitamin B12. We derive it based on the pyrolysis process, and we observe the enhanced activity, particularly over potential and small Toffel slope and long-term durability. When we introduce the sulfur in that system, durability also enhanced as well as the performance also enhanced, and we observe this catalyst actually used in the various wide range of pH, and we tested this catalyst in seawater and we get very good result, and that also we published in the Nano Energy in 2021. And apart from that hydrogen generation, I basically work, this is my working area. We are working on the photocatalytic CO2 reduction, because we use some semiconductor photocatalyst and we convert CO2 to some hydrocarbon. Apart from that, we develop some system photoelectrochemical CO2 reduction. And obviously, we are working on the electrochemical oxygen reduction reaction for fuel cell application, as well as the in my group, we are working on the lithium-ion battery. We have a good collaboration, international collaboration with the Institute of Atomic and Molecular Science, Academy of Synic at Taiwan. And I thanks my collaborator as well as the Department of Science and Technology for the funding. And this is my institute, and there is a big campus and good colorful campus. You can see these are the pictures, and this is main city of Chennai. Thank you. Thank you for kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dr. Shaun, for the interest, deep insight into the future development of electrolyzer. Certainly, we have already reached a technical level that allows an immediately market ramp up of hydrogen economy. However, your comments have also made it clear that we definitely need to research a future development of electrolyzers. This is the only way to reduce the cost of green hydrogen production and to reach really our climate goals in an economic way. So really, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we want to handle over to, I look in the members. So Mr. Garg, you know if there's Mr. Blieskio or Mr. Andreasen?
Yeah. Mrs. Hedy Ginoni, Program and Project Manager, Hydrogen and Energy Advisory, Arup, UK, please. Indrajit, I will talk to you after this presentation.
Sure, thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to share my screen.
Yeah, welcome.
Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this event. My name is Hedy Ginoni. I'm from Arup. I'm part of the energy advisory team based in London. And for the last 5 or 6 years, I have been working very much with regards to hydrogen and decarbonisation of the energy system. So I'm going to focus very much from a UK perspective, really with the interest of sharing the knowledge and findings that we've learnt here to hopefully inspire some maybe other projects that are happening and will hopefully happen around the world. So I'm very much focusing on the role of hydrogen in heating system. Just trying to move down the slide. Yeah, here we go. So really just from a wide picture perspective, hydrogen is fantastic energy vector, and it's great in terms of its flexibility in many different end uses, both with regards to the potential for heating, the potential for transport, and then also potential for industry, and then also power generation as well. And we can see here on the left-hand side the two main ways that I'm sure the audience is very familiar with regards to the production of hydrogen. Green hydrogen or electrolytic hydrogen from renewable energy sources, and also another well-known potential is blue hydrogen, so the production of hydrogen from the use of existing gas, but it's really important that this must be low carbon hydrogen. So this has to go hand in hand with CCUS, carbon capture and storage. But today my presentation is very much focusing on the end use potential of hydrogen, and it's fairly agnostic as to where the hydrogen sources are come from. But it is really important to keep in context that this whole energy system from end point to end point needs to be working as a whole supply chain in order for hydrogen to realise a future. Just looking at the UK specifically, the reason why hydrogen is seen as having a really important role and potential future role within the UK, this is the UK energy demand, and we can see here the red electricity line running along the bottom, and we have made good progress within the UK with decarbonising that electricity generation, and certainly in certain times of the year and day and months, that electrical system is completely decarbonised. But if we want to, I mean, it's fairly unrealistic to think we're going to be able to decarbonise our whole energy system through electrification. So this is really where the role of hydrogen has to fit in. You can see the blue line is our gas use within the UK, natural gas use. It goes up and down very much, particularly because in the UK, being in the Northern Hemisphere, we have very cold winter months. And you can see also here the grey line in the background is the transport energy demand. Obviously that's oil-based, but also there's potential for hydrogen decarbonisation here. So really this graph is a really important graph to understand that it's unrealistic to think that we can build out our electricity infrastructure system over 4 or 5 times what it is now to meet the same sort of gas energy demands that we have. So we have to find a solution for decarbonising our natural gas network, and hydrogen is very much one of the contenders, or is the contender for that. Particularly also within the UK, we have a very comprehensive gas network, and that gas network has being replaced over recent years with plastic pipes, and those plastic pipes are perfect for carrying hydrogen along. And so much of the work in the UK at the moment is very much focused on gathering all the evidence to ensure that we can definitely move forward safely and with all the technologies we need to decarbonise our existing gas system. So back in 2017, 2018, whilst there was a recognition that hydrogen will have a potential future role to play, the evidence didn't exist at the time with regards to safety and the technologies. So we set a mission statement back in 2017, 2018 for the Hy4Heat programme. Now, the Hy4Heat programme, I should mention, is a UK government funded project, £25 million project, and the mission statement set was to establish whether it's technically possible, safe, convenient to replace natural gas with hydrogen in both commercial and domestic buildings, and also developing the technology of the various different appliances. So this programme has been running for a few years now. There is a website which I just draw your attention to. There's a wealth of information there of the work that's been progressed over the time. But essentially the programme was split into a number of different work packages, primarily around the areas of development of standards, development of the technologies and the appliances, so the boilers, cookers and gas fires, and then also gathering all the safety evidence that was required. And this really, through the end of this programme, which we're beginning to come to now, we're very much are at the end of the programme, it was all about gathering the evidence to support the case to move forward to some potential hydrogen trials in communities and neighbourhoods. And this just also as a point of a reminder, this is very much focused on 100% hydrogen, not blending hydrogen into the gas networks. This is yes, full hydrogen through our energy system. So just to point out, this program has involved a huge number of different organisations that have all been appointed to BEIS in some shape or form. And just a point of note that collaboration has been a key emphasis and ethos of the program, collaboration and sharing information and knowledge. And without us much, I don't think the program would have been as successful as it has been, and full credit to all these organisations that have been involved and all other various stakeholders that have been part of the Hy4Heat program. So moving on to what have we achieved. So with regards to hydrogen standards, there's a lot of work that's been undertaken, and we've determined some of the hydrogen standards which would be required in terms of hydrogen purity standard, what purity can actually be achieved transporting hydrogen along the gas distribution networks, and we've targeted that it would be 98%. Odorant is a really important aspect. Natural gas doesn't smell at the moment, and odorant is added. An odorant would also need to be added for hydrogen because it's very important from a safety aspect. In the event there is a gas leak, people smell the gas and call the emergency services and the gas distribution network operators, so that those safety challenges can be averted. So it was really important as part of this program we established whether the same odorant could be used in hydrogen as it can for natural gas, and we have found out the answer that is the case. There were some questions originally around whether when it comes to burning the hydrogen, would there be a flame, would we need to add additional colorant, and our conclusions of our work that there is not a requirement for a colorant. And as you can see here on the right hand side, through one of our gas fire appliances development, there's a nice orange flame when the hydrogen is burnt. There's been work being undertaken by IGEM, that's the Institution of Gas Engineers and Managers, have developed a hydrogen standard. There's also BSI, which is British Standards Institute, that has developed a PAS 4444, which is effectively a certification scheme for certifying these future hydrogen appliances. And it's really important they all meet those various different safety requirements and functionality and operational and performance requirements that are required of PAS 4444. And we've also thinking longer term in terms of if large areas of the UK and neighbourhood and buildings are to convert over to natural gas, what does that mean in terms of individuals and gas safe registered engineers going to people's homes and converting and changing over the appliances? So we've started some initial work with regards to developing those training frameworks that will be required to educate and upskill the various different engineers that we have as part of the energy system. Moving into slightly more exciting area, when we started the program, we didn't have any of these appliances, and very much in the UK, the appliances that are used are boilers, cookers, and gas fires within the homes to support heating and cooking. And we now have developed hydrogen appliances that are very similar to our existing natural gas appliances, have to meet all the same or exceed all the same requirements in terms of safety, emissions, and safety in space and all those sorts of things. So we have developed a number of domestic appliances, boilers, cookers, gas fires, combi boilers, system boilers, different types of gas fires, open fronted, glass fronted, cookers, and you can see some pictures here of the ovens, hobs, and grills. Not only do the domestic appliances we have developed, we've also, they're not quite as far developed, but in terms of prototypes, they're getting there. We've developed commercial appliances, so space heating appliances and commercial cookers. Metering is also really important with regards to thinking about a future hydrogen gas energy system. So we have developed hydrogen meters. They're referred to as smart meters, but essentially they're digitally enabled smart meters. And also testing and gathering the evidence to ensure that all our valve connectors and pressures regulators used in those domestic and commercial settings are applicable and appropriate to use with hydrogen. We have gathered that evidence through this program as well. The safety assessment, this has been a really important and critical area. Obviously, we need to determine that it is safe to use these hydrogen appliances in our home. So the approach that the Hy4Heat program has taken is very much comparing hydrogen to natural gas, and we've undertaken a very comprehensive risk QRA, quantitative risk assessment approach, that is built upon a huge amount of experimental testing that has been undertaken and analysis reports, and this information has been independently reviewed by an organisation called the Health and Safety Executive in the UK, who are responsible for overseeing and having responsibility for UK safety. And they have been supportive in terms of reviewing this evidence and information and giving their independent view to say that, yes, this evidence is substantial, appropriate and robust, which has enabled us to move forwards. So just capturing then in terms of what safety evidence has been gathered, it doesn't cover every single building type, but it does, the safety evidence and the safety assessment that's been put forward, it does cover a large majority of housing stock within the UK. So homes in the UK are sort of very typically terraced homes, semi-detached, that are all of standard construction, so brickwork. The safety assessment covers those. It doesn't include things like large tower blocks at the moment, blocks of flats. That's further work that will need to happen in the future. But that said, it does cover a large number of properties within the UK. And also very helpfully coming out of the programme, the Hy4Heat has developed something called the Safety Annex, and this is very much a guide to the gas distribution network operators in the UK to help them plan future trials and conversion of neighbourhoods and towns. So just quick summary then in terms of where our appliances are. All the Hy4Heat appliances are now being showcased in the Hydrogen Show homes. This is up in the north of England, a place called Winlayton, and they are showcasing the hydrogen boilers, cookers and gas fires. That's with the near on 100% hydrogen. Those homes are uninhabited at the moment, but there are visitors allowed to come and visit. There's been a huge number. I understand there's been over 1,000 people that have attended. There's been international audiences that have come along, and now school trips and things like that are being arranged. And there is a video on YouTube. If you were to Google it, I'm sure you'll be able to find it. So moving forward then, looking what does all this evidence mean? Well, as part of the UK government's 10-point plan, there's plans put in place to develop the first hydrogen neighbourhood, and the first project that's been identified for that is a project being run by SGN, which is one of the gas distribution network operators in the UK, in an area called Fife up in Scotland, and they'll be developing the first hydrogen neighbourhood. That's hopefully going to be coming online and live, and all the homes will be converted in sort of 2023, and that will be around 300 homes. And that's really very much to test to see whether consumers will be willing to swap over to hydrogen, and will they be willing to take out their old natural gas appliances and put in their new hydrogen appliances. Next, in the mid-2020s, the plan is to develop a village trial. So this is looking at sort of 1,000 to 2,000 homes, and there's planning currently underway by the various gas distribution network operators to enable that to happen. And the vision is that by 2030 there will be a hydrogen town somewhere within the UK. So we're thinking about sort of 10,000 homes, and also other local facilities, whether they be schools, GP practices, hospitals, whatever they may be, those commercial properties or restaurants and those sorts of things. So that's very much will give learning for how it's possible to decarbonise our gas network and what's the conversion process that needs to happen. Obviously, we've got the safety evidence already and we've got the technologies developed, but the next step is how do we actually go about the delivery and conversion process to enable that to happen. So just touching briefly, and this is where the electrolytic part fits in with regards to the SGN H100 Fife project. It's an area up in Scotland. There is a wind turbine there, so that wind turbine renewable energy is being used in conjunction with an electrolyzer to create the hydrogen. There's going to be some local storage, and then we can distribute the hydrogen to the local neighbourhoods and those individuals and homeowners who are willing to take part of the trial. So it's great that the first real project is going to be using green electrolytic hydrogen. Just touching very briefly on, I thought this might be useful to share. This is out of the UK hydrogen strategy. This is the roadmap as to over the time frame over the next sort of 10 years or so. how we envisage, or how the UK envisages, the potential rollout of hydrogen. Obviously, there is a large focus and emphasis on potential of using hydrogen for industrial purposes first and transport purposes. But you can see here, and this has been my focus of the presentation, that the build-up of the potential use of hydrogen in neighbourhoods, towns, is progressing, and we can see that happening at a larger scale and a scale up time frame in the sort of mid-30s onwards. And just to touch very briefly on the question I often get asked is, where is all the hydrogen going to come from? Well, here it is again out of the UK hydrogen strategy. This is a number of locations in the UK where there's various different projects that are happening that are looking at hydrogen production, whether that be electrolytic green hydrogen production or whether that be blue CCUS enabled production. And the two main projects that you may have heard about is probably the HyNet project, which is in the Merseyside area, and then Humber Net Zero, which is on the east coast of sort of northern parts of England. So that's it from me. I'm just sharing this screen, a few contacts, my contact details, and also colleagues' contact details. If anyone wished to get in touch with us, more than happy to share more information about Arup and all the different projects that we're involved with regards to hydrogen. We're involved with a number of projects, hydrogen projects globally. I'm very much focused on the UK projects. And also, just as one small note that I thought this would be very helpful sharing with you, because obviously as we all move to trying to get to net zero, well, in the UK at least, we're moving towards to get to net zero as quickly as possible. It's really important that we are as open as possible with our information and knowledge sharing. And with that, the Institution of Gas Engineers and Managers, which is a professional independent organisation within the UK, has set up something called the Hydrogen Knowledge Centre, and there's a wealth of information in there that you may find useful. So that's it from me. I hope that was helpful, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak here.
So thank you very much, Ms. Guinouille, for the general overview of the role of hydrogen in a climate neutral system, especially for the heating sector. We will probably not be able to guarantee a secure supply without hydrogen. Your presentation has again made it clear that we do not have to worry about the security of energy supply, even after a successful implementation of energy transition, if we couple renewable energy system with the gas system. So I think it's sector coupling, we have to do it. And I'm sure that your High for Heat demonstration project will show us the way to meet the challenges of tomorrow. And a special thank for your chart has shown the possibilities of hydrogen production in UK, because there's very often the discussion there is not enough hydrogen, but I think it makes it really visible that there is enough hydrogen. We missed in the moment only the framework for economic production. So let us do the companies, or let us implement the companies, the projects, and then we will get enough hydrogen for each sector, especially for the heating sector also. So I think that is more a political challenge than a technical challenge, and we have to go forward. Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, and I think we have now one guy more for presentation. Mr. Gag,
Yeah, there is no more presentation. Only thing you can speak from your experience and knowledge, how safe and green hydrogen is.
Okay, so I think we can do it.
And from the economic point of view also.
Yeah. So I think, we see for what Ms. Guinouille shows. I think that is, so green hydrogen is possible to produce. They have, especially if I look to UK, but I think that is still before a lot of countries in the world. If there is enough sun, if there is enough wind, and I think that is not a question. You can produce green hydrogen. And of course, there's a price discussion, but what I mentioned out before, what Mr. Schoen shows, there is a lot of potential to reduce the costs because we can increase the efficiency. But I think on the other side, we have reached a good technology level to start the technology now, to start in the market. And I think that is a very important message. And on the other side, I think Ms. Ginoni has enough experience now with the project. There is a gas pipeline system, and this gas pipeline system, it's not stranded asset because we change in a defossilized world. I think that is really a good asset, and we have to empower it for the new era of energy system. But so a special question to Ms. Ginoni. I think you have some experience. I think there's some area with 100% gas system, hydrogen system now. There are some projects ongoing. You have some information for us. Is it possible to change the gas or natural gas pipeline and a new gas pipe, or we need to build completely new ones?
Yeah, no, the intention is certainly to reuse the existing gas pipelines, certainly at the lower pressure tiers. So there's obviously the main transmission tier, that's the very high pressure, and there's still more safety work and evidence that's got to be gathered to support that. But very much with regards to the lower pressure distributions, the gas pipes that move, that are around various different neighborhoods and towns and things like that. The plastic pipes are, there's evidence being gathered to support the fact that it's safe to use hydrogen in those lower distribution pipes. And then obviously the Hy4Heat program has demonstrated that it's fine to reuse the various different pipe work within the existing homes. There are some changes that need to be made. Obviously the new appliances that have got to be installed and new meters. And as part of the Hy4Heat program, we have also identified that it's important to include some excess flow valves, an excess flow valve just downstream near the emergency control valve, but also an inbuilt one within the meter as the recommendation is being developed as part of the meters that are being developed. So really, I think the safety message, and I was happened to be a presentation the other day from the health and safety executive, particularly with the use of natural gas and hydrogen. All these gases, they're all potentially dangerous. They all have different characteristics. It's more about knowing what we need to do in terms of the right management regimes and safety measures and mitigation measures that we need to put in place to use them safely. And there's a lot of evidence. Hydrogen has been used in a number of different locations for different purposes for many years previously. So there's a lot of knowledge and information out there already that we can build upon. It's about applying it appropriately to the various situations and circumstances and whereabouts within the supply chain that we need to use it. And then also just touching on your point, I completely agreed with you earlier with what you were saying with regards to the prices of green hydrogen and how they will fall. There's a number of different reports out there globally that there are predictions that actually maybe electrolytic hydrogen could be potentially cost comparative to blue hydrogen in as early as the 2030s. So I think it's going to be a really interesting space to watch over these next few years to see what's happening, because there is so much innovation that's happening and so much change and real opportunity, really.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that was a really good taking over to Mr. Schoen, because I think it was really a high-level presentation from you, and it shows what is possible in the development of electrolyzers. You have perhaps a number, how, if you can implement this development, how much will the production cost of hydrogen be reduced if you compare it with the electrolyzers from today, which are available?
Now you said to me, I can't remember the numbers, but it's quite significantly. So I think I can't remember the numbers, but if we take that, go on.
Perhaps Mr. Schoen, because he has done this experience, or we have the experience. You have an idea?
Yeah, because this is the challenging part, and we target that we try to develop some catalyst to replace the platinum, and the overall production cost try to reduce $1. That is the target, and till now the cost of the catalyst is around $2.5 range. This current catalyst I developed, non-precious electrocatalyst, and efficiency also quite promising, quite near to platinum, and stability part also quite good, and need further development like industrial scale development that is required. We are working on it for further development.
And on the other side, we can reduce the dependency for raw materials. Also, I think that is, we see what happens in the moment with the ships and so on, which goes around the world. Everybody has some problems.
Yeah. And currently we use the seawater instead of pure water, seawater, because seawater, one challenging part is that if you use platinum, their actual chlorine actual give the corrosion on the platinum. But in this case, graphene together with the vitamin B12, the molecular catalyst, is not corrode that much like compared to platinum. Even we compare the system closed, we observe that even much better stability compared to the platinum in seawater.
So really seawater, so it's salt water.
Yeah, salted water. Yeah, salt water.
So I think that is, if you look again back to UK, but the same discussion in Germany, and I think in your regions also, in a lot of regions of the world, Taiwan and so on, there's the offshore discussion, development of offshore wind farms, because there's enough space, the wind is blowing very well. And there are some ideas to integrate electrolyzers directly on the offshore platform. I think that could be a very, very interesting solution for today, for tomorrow. Sorry.
Yeah, because we observe that quite good potential for compared to stability, particularly that is the challenging part for electrocatalyst, stability. And this electrocatalyst was very remarkable stability. Only thing is that efficiency little bit lower than platinum, and in acidic medium, particularly PEM electrolyzer is really good.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Genoni, you think you have this UK strategy, we have the German strategy. I think we see it around the world. A lot of countries have strategy. You are happy with the UK strategy, or you think it's not ambitious enough?
That's a very topical question. I think the feeling from industry is we would have liked to seen more ambitious in terms of the gigawatts that have been identified. But you know, it's important to start, and there's a lot that needs to happen with regards to the delivery. So I look at it more from the perspective that yes, let's get going, because there's a lot to do in less than 30 years' time. So hopefully we'll see, as there's more confidence, that sort of target raising definitely.
Yeah. So I think it's a little bit the same situation like in Germany, if I can inform you. We are very happy that we have the strategy on one side. On the other side, our minister announced that we want to be a technology leader, and then we announced 5 gigawatt. And in the same sentence, say hydrogen, the oil from tomorrow. So I think that is not really ambitious enough. I think there's more industry chance which we have to take. If we don't take it, the Chinese will do it. And I think so we have to collaborate with other partners also. It's not only in the European Union, it's also in India. We have to work together. I think there's really possible, or the old energy will be now shared new. There's a new possibility for everybody to take his part or to play his role in this new energy world. And I think that is a great opportunity for everybody. And I think now it's really what I learned in the study, it was time to market. That is the solution, or that is the effort key. And I think we are really now, we have to decide it. The countries have to decide. We see now we have the elections in Germany. Now the coalition negotiation is ongoing. But I think most countries have not really identified what is on the table at the moment, or the big chance on the table. I think everybody sees it and everybody has a strategy, hydrogen strategy, but they are not really say, okay, that is now a big industry possibility, chance, like internet or whatever. I think the same story will become. So that is my view from Germany to all the other countries, and make it now 15 years in hydrogen. I don't know, like it's in India, what is really interesting for me, what is the strategy? You think it's ambitious enough, or it's a little bit only on the technology level, scientific level? Yeah,
actually, recently India government, our Prime Minister actually declared next 5 years we focus on the green hydrogen, and several industry together with the academia and other scientists closely working on the development of the green hydrogen production. And particularly, even I think you heard about the Reliance industry. Reliance industry, they already declare that I think within 5 years they can produce the hydrogen less than $1. That is the next target. And still we are working on reducing the cost of the electrolyzer, and that is a big challenge part. And our funding agency and government also focusing for green energy, and we all are closely working together, bureaucrats, politicians, and scientists, academicians, students, everyone working together on that. We are taking that as a big challenge.
And the focus is on green or gray. You have this. What is more the focus? Green energy. So hydrogen from renewables, or
hydrogen from the renewables one part, another from the gasification also. They're focusing on the gasification also. But problem is that there are also different level of hydrogen, green, then yellow hydrogen, several, because percentage of carbon based on the different. But still, the electrolyzer part actual now prime focus to next level for the commercial process, because still gasification, these things are commercial, well enough established process. But electrolyzer based on alkaline is good, but still efficiency is less. That's why everyone focusing on the PEM electrolyzer to develop some catalyst system, and the cost should be lower than the platinum. Then only we can able to, because overall ensemble part, if you look the other component, we cannot reduce the cost. One is only one is the, we have to substitute the platinum, because that's why the alkaline fuel cell, the cost, alkaline electrolyzer, the cost is very less, because catalyst is not platinum. But in acidic medium, platinum is the only one. That's why the main target to replace the platinum. And that's why everyone working the non-precious electrocatalyst.
And what is the use or the target to use green hydrogen? It's a transport sector, heating sector, all sectors. You have some more focus?
Yes, we are focusing on the every sector now. Like I think Reliance Industry is the biggest petrochemical industry. They already declared that one, that I think 2025 they totally replaced the whole their refinery with the hydrogen one. And similarly, other industry also, Indian Oil Corporation, other industry, they try to develop the hydrogen energy system. And as well as the transport sector also, we try to develop hydrogen is the one of the source for replace the fossil fuel. And that, because anyway we have to replace the fossil fuel to reduce the carbon content, because that is a big challenge now for developing country like India and other country, even European country also, US also jointly work together how we can reduce, because it's not like one country problem, the reduce carbon, or because each one should work on it, then only we should get the benefit. Otherwise, one country working, another country is not focusing, then there is no solution. That's why even in my research also, research group, I working on another part like CO2 conversion to some fuel. That means whatever, because we cannot ignore totally that one day, like tomorrow we totally go to renewable energy, impossible. We have to partly distribute it. Currently fossil fuel, maybe 50% we can reduce, then 50% renewable, then still 50% can produce the carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide. Then that part we can replace with conversion of carbon conversion or carbon storage. Therefore, that also another research area, and that is a big area, because CO2 can convert to some other hydrocarbon.
I think especially in the transforming time, if we transform in a renewable energy world, we have this fleets, this existing fleets, combustion engines. So we have this combustion heating systems, this old one, and so I think there are the oil heating systems, so we can use it. This fuels, I think that there's a huge discussion in Germany, because the efficiency rate, of course, is not so high. But we see every time the existing fleet, what happens now, and we can't make black and white from overnight, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So we need a transition time really, and transition solution. I think that is more the challenge than the technology side. Yeah. It's more how we can really transfer without losing global competitors, and so how we can arrange it. I think that is more the challenge than on the technical side at the moment.
Because so more challenging part is that we need to develop the material as well as the establish the technology, then cost, and then the implementation. Means everything together we have to work, because it's not like we only develop the material, then it will not go for industrial process, then useless. And everything go together, then is a teamwork.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. And also just, I mean, taking a UK perspective, and I suppose being a project manager, program manager as well, I'm very much focused on the delivery aspects. And if we think in the UK alone, we've got some 20 to 25 million homes that need to be decarbonised. So even if we were to start now, today, and take a linear approach, that's near on to converting near on 1 million homes need to be decarbonised every year now until 2050. That's a huge task. Not ready for that quite yet, so we've got to scale up for that kind of conversion process, because it is a huge delivery challenge, and that I totally agree. It needs that delivery process needs to be aligned with the continuation of development of the technologies and continuation of development of the standards and the relationships between all these different organizations.
You have some, so of course your presentation was concentrated on the heating system, but there's an ongoing some using in other applications in UK. So what is the main focus?
Yeah, well, there's so much going on. It's actually quite hard to keep up with everything, but there's a lot of work with regards to hydrogen vehicles, particularly with things like buses, particularly those that can return back to base and can refuel again. Hydrogen buses are seen as favouring now, because obviously they've got to be on the road a substantial period of time, and so the battery buses, whilst we do have those electric buses, their refueling takes too long. So hydrogen buses is a key area. Hydrogen marine and shipping is another area that's been focused on. Aircraft as well. There's a lot of activity within that space. And then also decarbonisation of industrial processes. So in the UK, I think it's similar, although we use slightly different language. In the UK, we're focused on very much decarbonising industrial clusters. I think in European countries, it's referred to villages. It's not villages, valleys, but it's very similar sort of concept. It's trying to focus on those areas that can be changed over in terms of swapping the energy system over sooner rather than later. Once you've identified those areas, it's opportunity for them to grow out and connect. And of course, once you start decarbonising industrial and you start decarbonising transport, then you start to build up the volumes of hydrogen that are needed, and then that enables for other things like their buildings to be potentially decarbonised as well. That's notwithstanding to say that there's not other decarbonisation pathways, particularly with heat networks, and heat pumps are also really important. That technology is effectively ready now. So there's a lot of effort also going on with regards to trying to decarbonise from those perspectives, but it's a journey that we need to go on. It's not just us as industry members involved with developing the technology. There's actually consumers at the end of the day, and many people aren't actually really interested in what their end use, they just want the heat. So we've got to take those stakeholders and consumers along the journey as well. So there's going to be a big need for a wider public discussion and debate and engagement as to the fact that we are all going to have to make some changes, and we've got to identify the changes that are as easy as possible. So it's fantastic to see when you see buses and aeroplanes and everything looking very familiar and similar to what we have currently, but actually it's on hydrogen, because then it makes that transition and the delivery pathway for us to move over to transition all that much easier, and hopefully more cost effective as well.
So in Germany, it's like boom. The steel branch is focusing really on green hydrogen and to reduce the emissions dramatically. So that is direct reduction system. So one solution is really to reach the targets. I think in UK it's the same discussion for the steel manufacturers, steel makers to reduce it. So if I look to India, it's a steel country also. Is there something ongoing to use really the green hydrogen to reduce the emissions in the steel sector in your country? So ArcelorMittal do it in Germany. They're interested. They have now one demonstration project, but it will be very interesting what happens in India.
Hello. Yeah, actually, India government now focusing on, because one is a major challenge in this sector. Like lab scale to industrial application, there is a huge gap. To reduce the gap, actual funding agency, particular government funding agency, came together and they encouraged that university should work with some company or some manufacturer. And once some lab scale demo is fixed, then we should hand over those things to manufacturer or industry. They should take care further development, because this kind of encouragement actually just last 1 year we can observe. That is the transformation things we observe in the scientific community and research, particularly industrial production and particularly green hydrogen and other renewable energy also. That is the new things. Even past 5 years we never observed these things. Last 2-3 years we can observe this kind of transformation is going on. I think this is a good opportunity for us. Like, we focus on the lab scale. Once we finish that part and we just hand over these things to industry, and they can take care and they can develop the further and they can commercial it. I think this is a good part. Now we are observing these things.
Okay.
Indrajit, I have to say a few words that you are doing a marvelous job. There are two challenges. One is the electrolysis part, that is water, purity of water. That is a question mark. That is a huge cost. Second is the catalyst. You are taking care of catalyst of transition metals and their derivatives. Yes, it's okay. And you are using it in saline water or the salt water. This is good thing. So while you are making new propositions, kindly send a note with the 2 photographs of your catalyst to the Honorable Prime Minister of India, to me. I will take up with the Niti Aayog. So this is one way of doing. Keep on doing work.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Because in the last session, chairman of member of Niti Aayog, Mr. Saraswat was there, Dr. Saraswat was there. And there are apprehension about the safety, quality, and the cost of green hydrogen. Prime Minister vision is very clear. If we can do in solar and wind cost down from $18 to or 18 rupees to 2 rupees, why not in hydrogen? Only thing we have to do technology and clarity in our vision. So kindly do it.
Yes, yes, sir.
And Ms. Janani, I will ask you and Indrajit also, and respected chairman of the session, what are the takeaway from this session? You have to send me a brief note of about 10 lines so that we can recommend to the government, Niti Aayog, what we can do it. Okay?
Yeah.
This conference is every year on the same dates. Indrajit, what you have just demonstrated today is not required tomorrow. Only thing, you will start with the catalyst, electrolysis, catalyst, and what you have done in 1 year. Okay, that is required next time.
Yes, sure.
Okay?
Sure.
Full details, background is not required.
Okay.
So that we should go one step ahead.
Yes, sure.
And we have to, Jinoni, we have to ask you, you have done heating in UK, and what are your plans for future? just clearly demonstrate and how this can be done in other countries. Okay?
Yep.
So, with the permission of Chairman, your final words on this aspect, and then we will like to have a email note so that we can have or include in the recommendations. This conference will be held every year on the same dates. Okay, whether it is Sunday, Monday, or Tuesday, whatever they may be, but dates are fixed. Okay, and we encourage high-level, independent presentations like yours, though it is only 2 presentations where we are excited. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your final word, please.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for your words. And I think it's right. We have to look forward. What we have to do now, how we can go forward. I think what this presentation, this discussion shows that the hydrogen business will become, and that is on the table now. We need the hydrogen to reach our targets, and it will play a major role in the energy changing system in the future. So there's a huge opportunity for research, but also for the business and for a lot of countries who will be the first actors now. And I think that is my message. And if I look to UK, or if I look to Mr. Schoen, you make research and development of technology, all the things, or all people's who have effort, they act now. And I think that is my message. We have to act now. We haven't to discuss. We have to look forward, we have to do it, and we have to do it now. If not, we will not reach our climate targets, and we miss the economic chance to increase our income and to create new jobs. I think that is really the possibility what we have at the moment on the table. And I think we see now different dimensions from technology side, from doing in the heating sector, and also the experience from Germany in transport sector, refinery sector, and so on. So my message is, let us act now, let us look forward, and then we will reach our targets, and we will make the world a little bit better and create new jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, distinguished speakers. Hopefully we will meet on the same dates next year. And by that time, we should do something innovative, something great, and at least we should take one step ahead.
Yes, thank you.
This is required. Thank you very much for your time, for your presentation, and for your guidance, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We conclude this session, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Hey, Puneet, can you hear me okay? This is Venkat.
Yes, it's fine. It's fine.
Good, very good. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Dr. Venkataraman, thank you.
Hey, how are you?
Yes, fine. Thank you.
Good, very good. Thank you. Yeah, I missed a part of the session. I was traveling from Mumbai to Bangalore. So anyway.
Okay, no problem. This is the special feature of virtual conference.
Okay.
Yeah. Next time you will find, hopefully, that we should have a in person.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually in California. I came 10 days ago to India.
Okay.
So glad to be here. And after COVID, nearly 2 years, I'm coming back. It's nice to see people after a long time.
Yeah, and I could not able to go California. My son and daughter both are there.
Oh, okay. Which part?
California, and that is at Fremont.
Oh, Fremont. Okay, sorry. I'm in Cupertino. My work is in San Jose. We are expanding. We have two of our manufacturing facilities moving to Fremont. So.
Okay, good, very good. So we will see how best we can cooperate in times to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, when you come to California, please do come visit us.
Definitely. And there is a problem of because I have to go as B1 visa to my son and daughter, and so this time we could not able to go.
Oh, okay.
And now we are planning to go in December. That is 24th of December.
Okay. I mean, I'll be back in town on November 17th. So let's connect when you're there.
Okay.
I'll send you a note on my contact information so if you're there.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Dr. Garg.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hello,
How
everybody.
are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm okay. Surviving. Mrs. Peter, Miss Peter, are you there?
Einmal unmuten. So, das haben wir.
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Yeah, so welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Mr. Saha, are you there?
Aber jetzt kann man ja wieder.
Miss Neva, are you there? Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, your presentation will be the first.
Okay.
So we will start within next 2 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Saha, good afternoon, good evening. Yours is mute. Mute. Yours is mute, Mr. Shah. Okay.
Is it okay if I test the screen share? Because I have
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, by all means.
Thank you. How does that look?
Yeah, fine.
Do you see full screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank
First
you.
class first.
There you go.
So I think it is time to start the session. This session is very important after the meeting of Glasgow. Low carbon resources, unlocking the hydrogen economy. We will request, without doing any plenary work, I will just ask Ms. Nova, Vice President, Energy Supply and Low Carbon Resources, Electric Power Research Institute, USA, to kindly address us. Ms. Nova, please. Neva, please.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you for having me here today. As Dr. Anil said, my name is Neva Espinoza. I am Vice President of Energy Supply and Low Carbon Resources here at the Electric Power Research Institute. And I'm responsible for all of our non-nuclear energy supply. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about some of the recent things we've heard out of Glasgow, but what that means for energy around the globe. And the role we see low carbon resources, primarily hydrogen and other derivative products and fuels, playing in that overall role in the economy. So with that, for those of you who don't know much about EPRI, EPRI is the Electric Power Research Institute. We are a global R&D company, and we do research and development in the end-to-end power system. We're a nonprofit, right? So we do our research for the intent to support safe, reliable, affordable, environmentally responsible, increasingly low carbon energy around the world. And when I start talking about the significant change we're about to see, I'd like to start with a quote from Chauncey Starr, who is our founder at EPRI. And Chauncey Starr said, "You can't wipe out society and make a whole new society. You have to deal with the society that exists, but you have to figure out how you're going to change it into something that's better." So when I look at and think through the significant energy transformation we're all going through, and we're going to continue to go through over the next 3 decades, this quote resonates so much with me, because we can't just drop everything we've done. We need to figure out how to affordably, reliably transition to a new future, a very different future than the future we have today. And when you think about what we have today is an energy system that primarily relies on fossil fuels, right? When you look at global energy 80% of primary energy today comes from fossil fuels. 80% of primary energy 20 years ago came from fossil fuels. So figuring out how to manage and mitigate carbon, not abandon it, are going to be critically important as we look at decarbonization of our economy over the next decade and over the next 3 decades, where many of us have net zero goals by mid-century. When we look at that energy future, it's not just about decarbonization, though. There are lots of pieces we need to think through, and characteristics of our energy system we need to make sure will be there for the future as we move forward. So when we imagine when we reimagine the energy system here at EPRI, we think in different buckets while keeping our energy system clean, affordable, and reliable. So the first is decarbonization. How are we going to accelerate economy-wide decarbonization and achieve that net zero future? And the pathway over the next 10 years will very much be different than the pathway in the following 20, right? We're going to be focusing on different technologies, different integration. At the same time, we need to be ensuring that resiliency is designed in and embedded into that energy system. We are seeing more extreme weather events today. We need to make sure our systems are designed today for those weather events, and we need to understand how climate will continue to change over the next 3 decades or so, and how we need to design those resiliency aspects into those future energy systems. We can't do one without the other. We have to address both. And then in the center, the idea of digitalization. How can we drive further optimization and affordability into our energy system as we decarbonize, as we increase resiliency, to see a more reliable energy system at the end of the day? So none of these things are going to be easy, of course, but I think it's really important to take them all in context, even though we're going to dive a bit into the decarbonization pathway. So when EPRI looks at the pathways that enable decarbonization, we see kind of 4 core things. Energy efficiency will be increasingly important. It's been very impactful in different regions of the world over the past couple decades to reduce overall CO2 emissions, and it'll continue to be an important part of the energy system. Cleaner electricity is going to be the backbone for many of the decarbonization pathways. We see that happening in a variety of ways. Of course, penetration of significant renewables on our power grids, but we also see a need and a growing interest in carbon capture, utilization, and storage in order to maintain the firm capacity of our existing and future fossil fleets. Nuclear assets we'll see continue to be built out, and of course hydro assets, which are century-old assets in many places of the world, are critically important because they provide that zero carbon energy. As we clean the electric sector, or as we become less carbon intense in the electric sector, and we shift to efficient electrification, we see that being a prime contributor over the next decade to enable decarbonization. It will be critical, matter of fact, in order to do that. But that underpins the importance of the electric sector maintaining the affordability and reliability it has today, as more of the economy will continue to rely on that sector. Those 3 pathways are critical pathways we'll be focused on in the next decade. However, when we look at how energy is used in our economy today, we see anywhere from 40 to 60% based on your region utilizes a high carbon fuel for their energy and is not well suited for electrification as we move forward. And that is where we bring in the concept of low carbon resources or low carbon fuels. When we say that, we're thinking hydrogen, ammonia, synthetic fuels, and biofuels, really looking to help decarbonize the hard to abate sectors of the economy. We cannot achieve net zero without low carbon fuels being part of the conversation. So for example, when we look at hydrogen, there is a whole new economy that we are understanding and that we are digging into in order to enable that. From production mechanisms of hydrogen, delivery and storage of hydrogen, and of course, end use applications. Now, when I say hydrogen, I am guilty of generalizing that. So we talk about hydrogen because it tends to be the foundational element to build a lot of these low carbon fuels. So it can be hydrogen, it can be ammonia, it can be some other derivative fuel or a synthetic fuel, meaning taking hydrogen and maybe CO2, putting those together and creating other fuels. But those uses in the economy are going to continue to grow and be significantly more impactful and broad than they are today. We all know we use hydrogen in the world today. We use a lot of hydrogen in the world, about 70 million metric tons. However, 99-ish% of hydrogen that's used today is high carbon hydrogen. So what I mean by that, hydrogen today, just like hydrogen tomorrow, when you use hydrogen itself, it does not emit CO2. But today, the creation and production of hydrogen emits a whole lot of CO2. Hydrogen today is a high carbon energy carrier, and we are going to need to shift hydrogen tomorrow to be a low carbon energy carrier, and then figure out how to integrate it into our overall energy economy. It is an aggressive goal for sure, and one that is not going to be simple to do. Matter of fact, when you think about the overall net zero goals and decarbonization goals, one is they're aggressive. Two is the technologies needed to meet those goals are not readily available today, certainly not at the cost we need them to be and not scaled. And the technologies to do that take a whole lot of time to develop. So if you think about technology development pipelines, you're talking decades. Typically 4 decades or so to develop a technology, assuming there's a driver for that technology. And that's kind of what you see here with carbon capture, utilization, and storage. We've been working on that technology for a long time, but there hasn't been a core driver to really scale it broadly around the globe. There is today. So between carbon capture, utilization, storage, hydrogen, advanced reactors, all of those technologies are relatively young in their maturity pipeline when it comes to, with hydrogen, for example, overall deployment, commercialization, and scale, carbon capture, utilization, and storage, more focusing on large scale demonstration through market deployment and commercialization as well. But we also know that beyond just the technology challenges themselves, we need to understand what the energy systems will look like. And those challenges will be beyond technology. So if you think of our overall energy system today, it's relatively simple, right? We have some energy sources, we convert those to an energy carrier, and then we use them in different parts of our systems. Our primary energy carriers today are typically electricity and natural gas. We look at coal maybe as an energy storage capability, right? But so primarily electricity and natural gas. And those carriers supply much of the energy at end use locations today. However, when we think about our energy system of tomorrow, it's going to be a whole lot more complex. So the point of this slide is not for you to follow all the lines. It's kind of meant to give you a headache. Because when we look at that energy system, there's going to be new resources and new players, and they will transition in very different ways. The way we value energy, the way we value energy carriers, and their ability to store energy over space and time, which hydrogen and other low carbon fuels do, will be critically important going out in the next couple of decades to reimagine and relook at how we actually execute net zero by 2050. So EPRI is doing a ton of work in the space with many of you and many others around the globe. We're really excited about, and I'll touch on real quickly. So EPRI leads in partnership with GTI, something we call our Low Carbon Resources Initiative. It is a 5-year R&D commitment focused on advancing and accelerating low carbon technologies to deployment. We are involved in a very large amount of different projects, different demonstrations, and we take a value chain approach across the board to understand not just all of the technical pieces that we talked about, production, storage, delivery, and end use, but how we integrate those into our energy system to see that be successful in the 2050 timeframe. So We're really excited about the growing momentum we see in this space. We are partnered with a large amount of companies around the world who are part of this initiative, really helping us drive the research and development, working with the global research community in a very collaborative fashion, because we believe collaboration around the world is going to be critical to achieve net zero. We cannot all be spending a lot of money doing the same exact things. We need to find ways to leapfrog each other and accelerate these technologies as we move forward. So with that, I will pause. I will pass it back to you, and I'm open for any questions, of course, as you guys continue the program.
Thank you, Neva, for excellent presentation and giving the account. Yes, all together, all humanity together, not organizations, people and countries together, they will join hand together for this great cause. And that's the future of tomorrow for our children. Now I will request Miss Stephanie Peters, CEO, Newman and SR Group, Germany, to kindly address us.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Garg. And Neva, thank you for this presentation. You really spoke my mind. And we also believe that cooperation and having a global network is one of the most important features to have a quick solution of the energy change. So I will try to share my screen. Can you see it? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's perfect. So let me start, and I'm happy to be part of this session, Unlocking the Hydrogen Economy. And we are a privately owned company, Newman and Esser Group. I'm part of the family, one of the managing partners, and our company has been founded in 1830. And since then, we have been developing our product portfolio according to the market demand. And for more than 100 years, we are building compressor systems, piston compressor systems for the oil and gas industry and for technical gases. And the majority of our products are used for compressing hydrogen. Maybe one thing I would like to clarify, we are one of these typical German Mittelstand companies, being privately owned, we have around 1,300 people working for us in 10 countries. And I think the characteristics of such German Mittelstand companies is that we are innovative, we are flexible, we are quickly adapting to market needs. And with these characteristics, very often German Mittelstand companies are driving innovation. And this is also true for the hydrogen economy we are dealing with already for a couple of years. What is equally important for German Mittelstand companies is that we like to show continuity and stability. And this also goes along with a lot of participation in associations, in trying to be part of development teams. And I'm very proud to be part of the National Hydrogen Council in Germany. And with this Hydrogen Council, we give recommendations to our government, to our German government, how to implement the hydrogen strategy, which was presented last year in June, how to implement it and put it into practice. Here you can see the participants in this Hydrogen Council, and this is just a sample of a lot of the major stakeholders coming from a scientific background, from an NGO background, from an economic background, from a supplier base, and from the application side of hydrogen. And we all together, we are giving recommendations, we are creating position papers and making statements for what needs to be done next, what are the important steps to be taken by the government and of course by the industry to be able to ramp up the hydrogen economy. One of the most important papers we have done, and this has been published in the summer this year, is our hydrogen action plan for Germany for the years 2021 to 25. And here I would like to present the 8 most critical preconditions of the German hydrogen economy to be successful. So this has been identified by our committee that if these preconditions are not met, then a ramp up of the hydrogen economy will not be successful. So this is why these are the preconditions that need to be worked on immediately. You can easily see that a lot of these preconditions are have a political background. So this is nothing we can influence as a supplier or as a technology provider. However, there are 2 of them, and you can see them in the top line in the middle, which are definitely coming onto our table. And this is what we as Newman and Esser Group are looking after. So of course, some of these are very intuitive. So for instance, as also Neva was mentioning, we need a much broader ramp up of the renewable energy generation with wind power, with solar power, with hydropower. Of course, this all takes time, but this of course is a precondition that we can that we can ramp up a hydrogen economy at a later stage. However, we believe that in the meantime, before we have all these renewable energy sources for electricity, we need a transition phase where we're talking also about blue hydrogen resources in order to be able to invest into the infrastructure now, because the infrastructure is the same if it's blue or green hydrogen. And this process of implementing infrastructure, building up infrastructure, takes time, and that's why it needs to be started now. So coming back to the 2 preconditions that can be influenced and which are the the requirement for an industry to provide answers are the one on the left side, the development of an efficient electrolyzer industry, including the supplier landscape, and the second one on the right side, the development of an infrastructure in parallel to lighthouse projects. So we really need an integrated infrastructure covering Germany, covering Europe, covering other continents with connections to each other to make this idea of a hydrogen economy work. Because at the end of the day, the green hydrogen needs to come from the place of generation to the place of application. So we decided to accept this challenge, and we have developed and implemented an electrolyzer strategy for our NEA group. And at the same time, we have designed and we are in the process of realizing integrated solutions for the build-up of the infrastructure. Here you can see the timeline of the development of the Newman and Esser Group in terms of the product portfolio. And you can see 2 pictures of our products, but I will come to that later. So we have experience for decades in the compression and in the handling of hydrogen. And this, of course, is a very important precondition now to also develop new products, to develop new processes for the handling of hydrogen. So in our strategy, we also adapted to market requirements insofar as that we saw due to the Paris Agreement, due to the Green Deal, which was made in the European Union in December 29, we were encouraged to think more about a sustainability strategy and also adapt our product portfolio. And we have then developed our electrolyzer strategy, and this electrolyzer strategy is comprised of 3 steps. The first step was we needed to get experts for electrolyzers into our group. So we were able to implement a company, Hydron Energy and Gas, from Brazil into our Newman and Esser group. And here we have the expertise. We have, they have a lot of experience in developing and building electrolyzer plants. At the same time, we have developed an integrated electrolyzer compressor solution, and we are now starting to establish a new factory that will build these integrated electrolyzer compressor solutions. And of course, here it was very important to develop a product and production strategy to have the best efficiency possible for our customers. And the third point, and this is what Neva already mentioned, is that we have to build cooperations to other suppliers, maybe also to other operators. And we are in the process of doing this on a domestic and international level, to be able to really find one solution that can cover the ramp up in all parts of the world. Here we can see again, and this is very similar to what we saw in the previous presentation, the total H2 value chain from the primary energy, from the generation to the application. And in between, and this is forgotten a lot of the time, it is very important also to think of transportation and storage, because this is the reason why we need hydrogen as an energy carrier, to be able to store and transport the renewable energy from spot A to spot B. So yeah, here you can see again our portfolio. So we have one company which has the knowledge to generate biomethane. And then we have the company Hydron, who has the experience of building electrolyzers and steam reformers. Then on the storage side, we have a big portfolio of piston compressors for storage in salt caverns and other mediums, and also for the transportation in pipelines. On the right side, you see the application side. Here we have hydrogen refueling stations in our portfolio, and also fuel cell system as a range extender for the mobility sector. Yeah, here is an example of our integrated solution. So you can see the renewable energy source on the left side, and then this electricity, this green electricity, is fed into the electrolyzer compressor plant, and then either put into a storage or put into a pipeline for transportation. On the right-hand side, you can see an example of a 2 megawatt electrolyzer, and also an example of a diaphragm compressor, which is used for hydrogen refueling stations, either for heavy-duty vehicles or for light-duty vehicles or cars. Yeah, just some other pictures of our portfolio. Here you can see a big piston compressor for caving storage, which is the feed-in compressor. And here you can see the parameters on the right-hand side, that the discharge pressure usually is at 200 bar. And also for a pipeline a piston compressor, you see a huge piece of equipment here. And here the discharge pressure from our perspective at the moment is 75 bar. And this is maybe worth mentioning. if we look at the natural gas pipeline network, at least in Europe, we know that the majority of this pipeline network can be converted into a hydrogen pipeline network. And this, of course, requires some modification. And we have the equipment to be able to do this, this revamp, this modification of the pipeline network. Here, for the application side, again, we have two possibilities to be used in an HRS, in a hydrogen refueling station. One is the hydraulically driven piston compressor up to 1000 bar discharge pressure, and the other one is the diaphragm compressor, which can compress hydrogen and other gases up to 3000 bar. And of course, here we are looking at the integrated HRS solution as well, where we simulate the mobility of the vehicles together with our HRS and to optimize this technology. And I think this is important to mention. We have developed as Newman and Esser Group from a component supplier, technology supplier, to a solution provider. And here, I think one of the major driving forces is that we would like to have an integrated technology approach. We would like to increase the efficiency and by that, of course, the cost for our customers, and to be able to have the ideal solution at the end. To summarize, I think we as Newman and Esser, we took the chance. We are H2 ready, and I think a lot of the industries, a lot of the companies are able to participate and to also contribute to this important moment of energy change, of energy transition to a CO2 neutral energy economy. And here, I think everyone has to look at their own chances and challenges. We see a lot of national hydrogen strategies in many, many countries. These need to be harmonized. I think we all need to look at the same goals and trying to achieve these goals together. And in this regard, we have already aligned our strategy, and we have extended our product portfolio. And with the electrolyzers now, we found the missing piece in our total hydrogen value chain. So we are H2 ready, and of course, we are happy to help and to support the ramp up of the hydrogen economy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Stephanie, for excellent presentation. This is a Bible of hydrogen for cooperation in all countries. Particularly 14 countries are having their national plan for hydrogen, green hydrogen, and India is one of them. So we will seek your cooperation in times to come. I will just request Mr. Venkata Venkataraman, CTO and Executive Vice President, Engineering, Bloom Energy USA, to kindly address us.
Thank you, Dr. Gur. Hope you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the title of my talk is going to be decarbonization through hydrogen. So one of the things to notice is the world leaders have gone the last almost several decades have sliced and diced and tried to figure out how to get to decarbonization. But the global conclusion is that we do need hydrogen. If you want to think about decarbonization into the future, we definitely need hydrogen. I think I would like to start with this slide, which is I have to thank US Department of Energy for putting it together as part of their hydrogen scale. It's a depiction of what hydrogen means. Hydrogen is not a molecule that's available, that's coming from the earth, but hydrogen is more like a conduit, right? We all know that. So we do need a source for that. And traditionally it's been used as the fossil fuel, as many of the other speakers have pointed out. we have to do it in such a way that we have to split the hydrocarbons, the carbon and hydrogen in a more in a proper way that it reduces the carbon emissions. Obviously, the carbon that comes out has to be sequestered. That's a way to do it and release the hydrogen, which typically is called the blue hydrogen. So that part is one way. The other part of it is when you go into the other sources of energy to produce hydrogen that can come from renewables or it can come from nuclear, all of them can produce hydrogen, which can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. That goes through the process of electrolysis. For instance, where you split the H2O molecule using these sources and create hydrogen on it. So that's the way we produce hydrogen, which is called green hydrogen or pink hydrogen, depending on what you use as a source. If you go to the other side of it is the use of hydrogen in a proper way to go into decarbonization. The first and foremost come to our mind is going to be this synthetic fuels that we can do, the industrial chemicals. That is top of the list, whether it's going to be green ammonia or you're talking about electrofuels or synthetic fuels, which are using the green hydrogen, right? Or the hydrogen which has got low carbon emissions. The other part of it, hydrogen can be used for power generations. I think the world is changing towards it. We actually are part of that. And then in terms of transportations, we can think about the hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, which is getting more and more prevalent in many countries, and a lot of countries are working towards the infrastructure to support that. And the last bit is obviously we all know as hydrogen, if you want to use as a storage medium, you can inject into the pipeline or you can store it in caverns. One nice quality of the hydrogen compared to any of the batteries of this part, it doesn't decay over time, and it's from a long-term storage perspective in the power generation, it does make sense. So these are different flavors. Bloom fits in both sides. Actually, on the hydrogen source side, we can take the sources like nuclear or renewables and produce hydrogen. And also we are on the other side of it in terms of the power generations, using the hydrogen to produce power. And we fit into both places. Now, this is a very interesting research. When I talk about hydrogen as a way of a conduit, look at the overall energy generation part of it. People have studied a lot. Can you get away from fossil fuel? If you do a supply-demand equation, the actual analysis shows that we do have to still live with the fossil fuels, the clean fuel being the natural gas for many years to come, primarily because if you take the renewables alone, it cannot really meet the demands of the power worldwide. So we are shifting, as you see the curve here, this is done for US Energy Administration Information, EIA, published, you can clearly see that the natural gas stays roughly the same, but there is a significant growth on the renewable energy. There's a reduction in terms of the nuclear because of the regulatory and other safety issues, and also coal is getting reduced. But if you really take hydrogen as a conduit, I think we have to figure out a way to match this regardless of the source. If you take your natural gas source, obviously, if you do the carbon capture and sequestration plan, then the hydrogen is produced as a derivative is the blue hydrogen, which is going to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. You can take the renewables and produce the green hydrogen, and also you can take the nuclear and produce the pink hydrogen. All colors are definitely needed if you are going to decarbonization. Now, we talked about hydrogen as a conduit. This is a study done by the UC Irvine. Hydrogen is capable of doing it as a storage. So if you think about that, you're going to be blending your natural gas line with only 5% hydrogen. That is equivalent to 650 gigawatt hour worth of energy storage in the existing capacity. That is equivalent to $130 billion in terms of battery cost. So hydrogen has the potential of being stored either in your gas line, or people are doing a lot of research in storing into caverns, but hydrogen definitely can be a conduit in this scenario. Now I'll come back to Bloom a little bit on how we play a role here. I think our vision is to create net zero or negative carbon future. So we're passionate about that. We are the leader in solid oxide fuel cell, and we're also going into solid oxide electrolyzer technology, which we'll be launching. We are doing the initial studies and we'll be launching it next year. And we have roughly about $800 million revenue. We've been in existence for the last 10 years or so, and we have significantly invested in R&D, so we call ourselves the leaders in the solid oxide fuel cell industry. So if you look at the portfolio of the customers, it's pretty big, going anywhere between 200 kilowatt units, sitting at the department store all the way to data centers and hospitals. We are roughly about 600 megawatt deployed over 4 countries now: US, Japan, India, and Korea. And also we have fuel flexibility. The fuel flexibility means we can run on natural gas, we can run on biogas, we can run on hydrogen or a blend of it. So all of them are possible. And then we have the reliability pretty significant. This is just a simple installation that goes in Korea, which is a 19.8 megawatt. Just want to show for people who have not seen these systems, this is the implementation. Furthermore, we can stack it up in several levels. We do it in South Korea because of space constraints. We can go up to 4 levels to reduce the space, but our overall power density is pretty high. Now, in terms of how we make the technology work, a little bit of overview on it for those people who may not know about the solid oxide fuel cell. It's a high temperature fuel cell. The secret sauce is what you call as an electrolyte, which is a ceramic based dope with special components. It's got a unique property of transporting oxygen ion through the electrolyte at high temperatures using the partial pressure differences. So the ion actually transferred through this. In the process of doing it, the oxygen, it releases the electron, we produce electricity. Now, this is a direct conversion of the chemical energy to electrical energy. There are no moving parts or anything like that. That's how they are pretty highly efficient. Furthermore, this is no direct combustion, since there are no emission problem. There's no NOx, SOx, or particulate emissions because the oxidation occurs through membrane. It's not a combustion process. The nice thing about it is the theory works whether you are breathing in methane or we are using hydrogen as a feedstock. The build is very simple. You go with the cell level, stack level, and put in modules and then scale it up. So you can go from 200 kilowatt out to multi-megawatt, even hundreds of megawatts without any problem. In terms of efficiency, it got the highest efficiency, single pass efficiency. In terms of conversion of the natural gas or hydrogen energy in that chemical energy into electrical energy. In terms of the LHV basis, we are roughly in the neighborhood of 63% to start with, and over time, we can go to 53%, and we maintain that very high efficiency throughout the life of the product. And there is no water requirement, and also there are no emissions. That's the clean part of it. So we are highly efficient from the clean tech. Now, if you flip it, instead of methane, if you use biogas, we are carbon neutral. Same thing with hydrogen. And furthermore, there are opportunities to become carbon negative also in the process. I'll walk you through that. In terms of the platform for when you go into decarbonization, well, as I said, we can do with natural gas or biogas today, and we can also do the natural gas and hydrogen blend. We also can run on hydrogen. This is the single most difference in terms of running our systems in power generation compared to the gas engines, which cannot tolerate 100% hydrogen. So we can run the systems on 100% hydrogen. We have deployed units that's currently running in South Korea on hydrogen. Now the overall, now going into the vision part of it is on the power generation side, we are capable of creating microgrids. Basically, that means that we can be connected to the grid or we can be operating offline on the grid. We don't really need any of the transmission. There's a significant portion of it. Furthermore, it can coexist with other sources. In solar, you got wind or any energy that is can be coexist with our fuel cells also. That's on the left-hand side. If you go to the right-hand side, obviously we can run it on biogas. That's creates your carbon neutrality. We have few announcements recently on running our systems on dairy biogas, also using the biogas coming out of landfill. The other part of it is we can do the carbon capture because of the fact the airstream doesn't mix with the fuel stream. We can take the CO2 out at pretty high concentration and capture it and sequester it. That's a nice thing because that is a conduit for the decarbonization too. And furthermore, if the hydrogen is available, we can create a renewable hydrogen, and also we can use hydrogen for power production. So this is the overall carbon-free solutions that we are capable of doing today. Now, if you go into, now I talked about more on the power generation, hydrogen, and also the electrolysis. So the nice thing about it is our cells are reversible, right? If you use hydrogen and if you run in a fuel cell mode, you can produce, as I walked you through, it produces power. Now, if you apply the potential across the cell, then you can take water or steam and you actually practically convert the other way around by splitting the molecule into hydrogen. So the reversibility helps in several ways. We can use the same manufacturing structure, all the things we do for solid oxide fuel cell, we can apply it for electrolyzer too. The supply chain, the manufacturing, everything said, scalability is not a problem. Second one is that all the lessons learned over time in terms of the reliability of it, that's already existent. So we can launch this product as quickly as we can. The third one is in terms of overall scheme of things, all we have to do is take the electrolyte and the construction of it. We have to optimize the electrodes to do the electrolysis. But in reality, the basic mechanism remains the same. So there are several advantages that gives you being reversible. Now, if you slap it now with our power generation and the way we are doing, and we have a way of combining the decarbonization, the power generation, also the hydrogen overlay in a nice way. So on the left-hand side is what we do today. We take the natural gas and produce power. We can go with the carbon separation, CO2 separation and sequesters that gives you the ability to go in terms of decarbonization being carbon neutral. And also we can produce hydrogen as a byproduct. So that's great. That's one way of looking at it. Then if you go into the electrolysis mode, and if you have nuclear, we can use the electrolyzer to produce hydrogen. That's a pink hydrogen. We can do it today. We already have a project working with the INL and the nuclear industry in US to demonstrate that. On the other side, from a renewable perspective, as I mentioned, we can take the biogas and convert it into power. In addition to that, if you do the carbon sequestration and produce hydrogen byproduct, this gives you an ability to go negative carbon. And then with the electrolyzers, we can take the renewables and use that as a feed to our electrolyzer and produce hydrogen too. So we cover the entire spectrum. In terms of mobility, today we can take the electricity and charge the vehicles. If hydrogen is available, regardless of color, we can also do it in your fuel cell cars. So and then we have a big initiative going in terms of the marine, where we are trying to deploy our units in the marine, and in future we probably will adopt the hydrogen technology there too. So we got a pretty big portfolio that we can deal with in terms of decarbonization. And this is an interesting cartoon. So now synthesizing all the information from a production of hydrogen to the use of hydrogen. So you can imagine you can use your renewable or nuclear and produce hydrogen. You can inject into the pipeline and use it downstream. Or you can actually do a little bit more creative things. Take the hydrogen and produce green ammonia. There are synthetic chemicals that you can use, and also you can go to the marine. So it's a nice cartoon to show taking the hydrogen producing the hydrogen, blending it in a way and using it in the downstream as part of your decarbonization. So please bear in mind, I think we have the enabler in terms of electrolyzers. We have the enabler in terms of power generation. However, as many of you pointed out, it cannot be done in isolation. We do have to have partners. We talked about NEA using compression. We do need the compression for different applications. So we have to have partners with this. And we do have to have the source for it in terms of the renewables. So we have to have people who are producing the power, whether the renewable power or the nuclear power. We need to be partners with them too. With that in mind, I think we have worked pretty hard in creating the partnership. We have partners like Baker Hughes trying to help us out in the downstream compression, handling of the hydrogen, either on-site or through transporting the hydrogen. That is happening. We probably have heard the recent news with what we do with the Idaho National Lab is to take the nuclear power and produce hydrogen with the high temperature electrolysis. One nice thing about our electrolyzer compared to PEM or even alkaline is the fact that we can use the process steam to produce hydrogen that significantly reduces the amount of energy, the renewable energy required to produce hydrogen. And then we recently announced the partnership with the Heliogen. They are using the solar concentrators, which allows you to have a power either as a steam, and because they have a thermal storage, right? They can be converting that to steam or converting to a low-cost electricity. We can use both to produce hydrogen too. And then last bit is we have partnership with SK Group in South Korea. And there we have a bunch of projects going forward with it, using hydrogen for power production, using hydrogen for other activities, such as the mobility. So we got that. By the way, we do have projects that is coming up in India too. We'll be partnering with some organizations that will become public pretty soon to kind of use our technology in the Indian stuff where the renewable energy is significantly available and there's a significant growth over we see in terms of renewable energy. We can use that to produce hydrogen. So this is in a nutshell what we do, and I'm more than happy to participate in the discussion and answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Venkataraman, and congratulations for your new ventures. And in the last session, there was discussion from Niti Aayog, and they were just talking about the electrolyzer, cost of electrolyzer, and the safety aspect. These were two aspects they were discussing at length, and they say that future is bright, but a long way to go. Our Prime Minister vision is not long way to go.
Yeah, no, we don't want to wait for decades. We need to do it tomorrow, right?
Yeah, do it now.
Yep, agreed.
This is a picture, and he has combined all stakeholders at one platform, and that's why your proposition and your vision matches with our Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Okay, so kindly send me a note about the cost and the safety of hydrogen.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is required at the end of this conference as a recommendation to the government and Niti Aayog. Okay.
Thank you.
Now I will request our team leader, Carbon Neutral Energy Center, German Energy Agency, Dana, Germany, Mr. Mark Season, to kindly address, if I pronounce right.
Almost, Dr. Garg, thank you for having me. It is pronounced Chani. I try to share my screen here. Do you see it? Do you see the slides?
Yeah.
Okay. So what's on my agenda today? I will briefly introduce the German Energy Agency, and then I will put a closer look on the national hydrogen strategy for Germany. And after almost like 1.5 years of implementation, we can also I can give you already a few findings I see here, and so let's start. DENA, German Energy Agency, was founded back in 2000. We are located in Berlin. We have currently 96 projects running, and we understand ourselves as a competence center for energy efficiency, renewable energies, and intelligent energy systems. We are located right between like politics, industry, and science. And so we are a mediator here and in constant dialogue with the stakeholders. And we have, of course, clear goals. We want to support the German government in its energy policy strategy. We think that topic-oriented communication for end users and suppliers is really important. And we support the realization of energy efficiency and renewable energy potentials, including system integration. I want to put a closer look at the strategy, the H2 strategy for Germany. And in German, it's called Nationale Wasserstoffstrategie. And so this is my first slide to give you an overview. The strategy was adopted in June 2020. So like I said, almost 1.5 years ago, and it sets a clear framework. And this is, I think, important and allows to plan investments here. And it basically relies on funding and appropriate energy policy and regulatory environmental measures. And the German government has foreseen 7 billion euros here, whereof 9 billion, sorry, whereof 7 billions are earmarked for promoting hydrogen in Germany, and 2 billion designated for international partnerships, which we think is also a very important pillar of the strategy. I think it is also very important to mention that a flexible governance structure was set up here in this strategy. First of all, of course, to help implement the strategy, but also to monitor or further develop the strategy. I will come back to this later. So what are the goals and ambitions here? I see a few steps here. So the first one is developing a domestic market for hydrogen technology in Germany. Of course, this goes along with enhancing transport and distribution infrastructure. We also need to foster science. And like I already said, establishing international markets and corporations is very, very important also with regard to paving the way for imports. And Ms. Peters and Ms. Espinosa already mentioned the importance of cooperation and also coordination in some fields. So, but I will come back to this later too. So what is the approach? I said the first step is the domestic market focus here, but we can already see that the domestic generation of green hydrogen will not be sufficient to cover the demand, the expected demand. And so therefore, we have to intensify cooperation with, of course, EU member states, but also beyond. And Germany has already existing energy partnerships, but I see the potential for more maybe bilateral partnerships with regard to hydrogen. The strategy includes an action plan with more concrete measures already, 38 measures, which are, you can say, connected to the different fields like generation, applications, infrastructure, and so on. And therefore gives the strategy already some concrete aspects here. And so as you can see later in my slides, a lot of activities have started, and we are, I think, on a good way. The already mentioned governance structure is this graphic here, and Ms. Peters already mentioned the National Hydrogen Council, where she's a member. And within the structure, State Secretary Committee on Hydrogen was set up to be in charge of the strategic management, decide on the targets and the action plan, etc. And then we have this so-called National Hydrogen Council, and this is the council to advise and support the ministries here on the topic of hydrogen. And I personally also work in the coordination office, which supports on the one hand the National Hydrogen Council, and on the other hand the ministries in terms of project management, but of the strategy, but also in terms of monitoring. So what is the actual status of the implementation of the strategy, and which maybe needs to be developed in the future. The monitoring I just mentioned is, I think, also an important part. So the strategy and the governance foresee an annual monitoring of the forthgoing of the measures, and this annual monitoring is then a basis for recommendations and decisions. And every 3 years, an extended report is foreseen. So this is more in the direction of an evaluation then, and all this monitoring aspects, I think, are very important in order to ensure that the strategy is kept in line with the market trends and delivers on its targets. And it gives the strategy some adaptive aspects here, which are really important in this dynamic field. So the strategy was adopted and published in June 2020. Now we have November 21. It's almost 1.5 years of implementation. And the following slides are just an abstract, how do you say, a cut of the actual status. We see a lot of activities which go in the national or international direction. We have numerous ideas for projects that show us, at least, that the implementation process started well, and that we have a lot of companies and stakeholders which are really motivated, are in the starting blocks to go ahead here. Like I said at the beginning, in addition to providing funding here, supportive policy environment is necessary, and I want to point out here on two developments in the recent times. So one is in order to reduce the cost of production for green hydrogen, there was a decision to exempt the production of green hydrogen from the so-called EEG searches. EEG stands for Renewable Energy Sources Act. And with this exemption, it is simply cheaper to produce green hydrogen. We also have a revision of the Energy Industry Act in the summer of 2021, which has put first regulatory basis in place for infrastructure, hydrogen infrastructure. With a little view towards the EU, there's a clear or very big instrument in place, which is with regard to funding integrated big lighthouse projects, because we see that those projects lay the foundation for the market rollout. And the funding instrument I just mentioned is called IPCEI. It's about important projects of common European interest. And just to give you some figures for Germany, we received here 230 proposals, 62 projects have been pre-selected in Germany. And like I said, we're talking about integrated projects, and so those proposals include electrolysis projects, infrastructure projects on the user side, decarbonization of steel and chemical industry, and so on. This is in the selection process right now, and we are expecting for the beginning of 2022 to go further steps here. Since we are here in an international environment here, and all the speakers before mentioned how important cooperation is, I also want to give you some information about the international activities here. We launched a funding instrument, H2 Global, in June this year. Along this launch, the so-called H2 Global Foundation was established, and this foundation is tasked with buying green hydrogen abroad on the basis of long-term contracts and with reselling these products at annual auctions in Germany. And the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy is providing 900 million euros to support this instrument. Also on the international level, with international focus, funding guideline for financial support to international projects was released not long ago in October, so a month ago. And this funding guideline will coexist alongside the just mentioned H2 Global, and it has focus on different areas here, but generation is inside, as well as storage, transport, but also research and industrial research. So this is, from my point of view, also very, very important. The funding guideline, which was published here in October, can be used in countries that have set up an energy partnership. Right now, more than 22 countries have this with Germany, and so this will also be helpful. What are the key findings after like almost 1.5 years? We see, and the speakers before already mentioned this, it's an extremely dynamic environment. We have a lot of developments, we have a lot of stakeholders, and so from my point of view, adaptive strategies and action plans are needed in order to maybe go with the developments, and if needed, they have to be changed. Close cooperation on all levels is necessary. I already said, I'm sure there are ways to go beyond existing energy partnerships. So we already have energy partnerships in Germany with partner countries in the world and bilateral partnerships. But I think it's important. But if there are any chances to go into joint projects, we should take those chances. I was all the time talking about the federal level here in Germany, but we have noticed that we have a lot of activities in the so-called Länder or federal states in Germany. We are in close contact with them, and we see a lot of strategies already in place, action plans in the development. And I think this is also a very important development, just as important as like big lighthouse projects. We have a lot going on a more decentralized level. Like I said, besides cooperation, coordination is important because we have a lot of new players, stakeholders out there, and this is therefore necessary to cooperate and coordinate activities also. One of the next two bullet points are were already mentioned. We have financial support is needed here for all kinds of development in the technology innovation infrastructure area. and the supportive regulatory framework has to be put in place. So, like I said, we are working on this, and that's my last slide. So thank you very much for your attention, and if you have any questions, please feel free, or maybe after the conference, here are my contact details. Thank you very much. Okay, we cannot hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Mahaksani, for excellent presentation. And whatever presentation has been made so far in this session, it looks that it should be on day one in afternoon session. That will be plenary session. And we will see in our next conference that these excellent presentation should be part of plenary address on the first day. This conference will take place every year on the same dates, 16 and 17 November every year. So whatever day may be, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, but this conference dates are fixed. Second, my request is that those who have presented, they should just give whatever the takeaway from this conference and what are the message you want to convey. In nutshell, just 5-6 lines, maybe 10 lines maximum, so that we can present in the form of declaration of the conference to the government of India and Niti Aayog for any implementation in this regard. So I request every speaker for the same. Now I will request Mr. Chinmay Saha, co-founder and CEO, Green Grading USA, to kindly address us. Mr. Chinmay Shah.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I usually do talk without any presentation, but I will do a very short one, short and sweet.
No problem, no problem.
All right, let me bring one. Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. All right, so good morning from California, and based on where are you in the world, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to GreenGrid Inc. And GreenGrid is a business that has 4D approach: digitalization, decentralization, disintermediation, and decarbonization. We founded the company 2011, so we just had our 10th anniversary. So as Dr. Garg mentioned in the beginning of the talk, that this session, that we just had the Glasgow conference, the COP26. A lot has been talked and a lot has been promised. There are 2 red lines that I have. That IPCC's report that our Secretary General said is a code red for humanity. And there is no doubt that we all agree with that this is a very concerning report. And we have set our goal to cut carbon by 2050 and become carbon neutral. And to do that, we have to cut by 45% by 2030. And how do we do that? How do we get there? And that's what our target is. A lot of R&D has been done. The technology has been proven. The system needs to be developed, bringing multidisciplinary expertise to solve this existential threat, that this climate change due to carbonization that we have created for over the decades that need to be taken care of right now. That's what transformative digital and physical technology solutions and practices is. Not only the technology, the policies need to be changed. The way we do business, the way we lead our life, that need to be changed. So towards climate protection, adaptation, and resilience, that's what is our main core business. So today's talk at this World Hydrogen Energy Summit is Energy and Environmental Foundation India. Thank you for inviting me for this talk. The theme is green hydrogen, cleaner and zero emission fuel for sustainable green economy. And this keynote session is low carbon resources, unlocking the hydrogen economy. So if you see some of the pictures that shows what we do actually is green hydrogen. That's what we do. Green hydrogen is different than gray or blue or pink. So we focus on green hydrogen because that gives the real decarbonization. And we solve the production, storage, transportation, and distribution because safety of hydrogen has been already mentioned by a few of the speakers and even Dr. Garg. So we have a patented solution that is for robotic intelligent hydrogen delivery system that takes care of the hydrogen transportation, storage, and distribution supply chain issues. That is a technology that is it's a game changer for hydrogen industry. And we have packaged fuel cell system that can be used for microgrid, for backup power, all those applications. So those are kind of product, but usually we are a project developer. That's the green hydrogen for 24/7 if it's rain or shine. So we use distributed energy resources, that is solar, wind, hydro, and any other biofuel to solve the problem of renewables intermittency, because renewable needs large scale storage and long duration storage, and batteries have a lot of challenges. For large scale, it is not feasible and it is very costly. And then it has environmental impact too. So we believe fuel cell is the long-term, long duration storage. And if you see this cartoon, that tells the story for electrification of the grid with renewable hydrogen and then clean fuel as transportation fuel in any mode, whether it's aviation, whether it's marine, whether it's light duty, heavy duty, all sorts of surface transportation. And the left side is a CAD design of our packaged fuel cell system for microgrid. So GreenGrid is world's first business that started at a capacity pre-order for hydrogen, because the demand side and supply side, there is a disconnect as of now. And our focus is to bridge that gap. And we'll show you some case study in California that what we have found. And this is not California's problem only, it's global. And India can replicate these solutions that we are providing for California. So we have been in the hydrogen service business for a long time, and now we are converting those service customer to product customer, which is green hydrogen. And we have green hydrogen special purpose vehicle. So every project that we are developing, those are actually publicly owned. And this is a new business technology, invention that we are first piloting in California, so that the demand and supply, they're matched. So seasonal renewable energy storage is a big challenge, not the diurnal only like day and night, but how do we do for 24/7 for 365? So this is a first project that we are commissioning in California that is 30 ton a day. And this is liquid hydrogen, and liquid hydrogen is low pressure, but low temperature too. But it's not new. It has been done for a long time for NASA as jet fuel. And there are several examples that even some are 50, 60 years old liquid storage tank, those are still in operation in United States. So this project specifically is 280 megawatt solar and wind is combined and producing 30 ton per day liquid hydrogen. And based on in our area in California, the driving habits of most of the common people, this will support about 30,000 light duty vehicles in a day. So the tank we are using is about 100 feet diameter, and it's not cavern, it's actually over the ground tank. And it supports about 50 to 10 new hydrogen fueling stations in California. And the financial, Dr. Garg had some interesting pricing and finance and safety. So I address the safety with rights, and the pricing is this project. We have the model, the financial model, that is supporting $4 to $5 per kg. And how do we do that? This model and pro forma, all those things that we have developed over the decade, that is hourly resolution of renewable energy source, where the project site is, and then we do the site-specific solar and wind analysis, use that to spec the equipment, and we partner with all sorts of equipment manufacturers. And I know there is a compressor manufacturer from Europe would like to talk about that, because compressor, liquefier, all those things, besides the electrolyzer, we all have partnership and always look for new partners. And then once we have the renewable generation model, then we go for the performance. That what is the equipment cost that we have to have, then yearly energy and cash flows, then incentives. There are some incentives going on, and we believe there will be new incentives that is national level in the United States. Biden-Harris's Build Back Better and then infrastructure bill, they will support green hydrogen. They have infrastructure, green hydrogen, both are part of that bill. So in California, what is the state of affair in hydrogen? If we see that right-hand side, I have a map of all the hydrogen fueling stations in California. So this is in cluster, like left side, like north side and south side, there are 47, and they're opening new that is already budgeted for, and California has some incentives for that new development. Thousands are planned by 2030, and now this plan has to be very, very thought out plan. It's not just build the stations, because the hydrogen, the way it works, that is economical and safe, is the hub and spoke model. No station, based on our detailed analysis, I don't want to put all the more technical academic things in the presentation, but a lot goes underneath, under the hood. So is 6 miles is what we see, that every station should be 6 miles apart, not clustered together or not very far. It doesn't work that way. And the way the hydrogen plant should be, that generation plant should not be hundreds or thousands of miles away, which is the state of affair now in the United States. They have to be closer. So that's the benefit of hydrogen as fuel, because you don't have to have a cartel that export from thousands of miles. It can be generated where the users are. So that's the game changing for transportation fuel as hydrogen. So fuel switching is the next big thing that we have to all adopt to if we want to meet our 2050 decarbonization, that carbon neutrality goal. So currently, most of the hydrogen fueling stations that are out of 47, those are open. Most of them, they don't have hydrogen. And none of them have any green hydrogen. The carbon intensity stored is very high. And the low fuel carbon standard that California has, LCFS, most of the fuel, they don't qualify for that if you trace back their sources. So in the blue note, I have a kind of link that shows that global green hydrogen market can reach 12 trillion over the next 2 decades. So it's a huge market, and all the people have to work together from all industry. So with that, thank you everyone. I really enjoyed these presentations that all our early speakers delivered. And to call to an action that I would like to hear from you, and if there is anything that you want to talk further in terms of collaboration, new project development, any product development for decarbonization, we'll be happy to collaborate. Here is my email address, and that's my co-founder, Jeff Pickles. If you have any interest, feel free to reach out. With that, thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Chinmay Saha, for
You're welcome.
a wonderful presentation.
Thank
We
you.
will definitely cooperate and coordinate with you, and we will invite next year also, so that in India doing business is again and again.
Sure.
You have to hammer so that things will take shape. Okay? So
Yeah, persistence is something that make me who I am.
Yeah. So this is required, because I will just share one thing. Some company has asked me to just be a consultant for my business. I have asked, how much business you want to generate? He said that this number business is to be generated right from scratch. Then I asked, in India, you have patience? This cannot be generated within 1 or 2 years. If you have patience and you can do it again and again and again, then you will succeed. Once you succeed, then the sky is the limit. So why I am saying so, just send your recommendation to us. I am talking to everybody, Mr. Venkataraman and others. He's getting some good lead here, and Mark Seni and others. We will just like to have your recommendation, and that we will incorporate in our recommendation to the government and Niti Aayog. It should be futuristic and it should be practical. That's why I'm just having. This conference is not an academic one. It is meaningful in the sense that world's best technology, innovation, and financing will be available for at least our country to take it forward. That's why I'm asking your recommendations. Concrete recommendations are need of hour. Now I will request Dr. Ganpati Arungam, Managing Director, Enhanced Biofuel and Technology, to kindly address us. Dr. Ganpati, please. Dr. Ganpati, are you there? Kindly unmute yourself. Dr. Ganpati, kindly unmute yourself. Yes. Yeah, please, welcome.
Okay. Good evening and good morning and good afternoon, because I am in India, other people are in different parts of the world. And it is my big pleasure to be part of this conference. And I thanks Dr. Anil Garg, who is my best friend so many years, with giving an opportunity to discuss about this, the conference. So let us see, basically, Enhanced Biofuels and Technologies is a company We started in 2006. It is the sister concern of Green World Biotech, which we established in 1994. We did a lot of work in agriculture. This company, Enhanced Biofuel, is the main company focused to develop feedstock for the biofuel, bioenergy, and hydrogen. So our focus is to develop the technology to produce green hydrogen. If you look at the history, we started and initiated green hydrogen production in 2003 using microalgae, where we have developed two technologies. One is direct hydrogen, and then we go through the oil, then to hydrogen. That is our focus. Today, we are going to discuss about the sources of hydrogen through either through biological method and the municipal waste. Then we can work on thorium-based reactors. See, if you look at this slide, our main focus, what we are discussing, how to capture the carbon dioxide which is being emitted out of coal. This is one of the slides which we discussed and with NTPC long back, where Dr. Sonde was the executive director. So this is a source of raw material for our project. And as we discussed, we have 5 areas of expertise. The number one, biomass, where we have 2 areas. One is the cultivated tree species and grasses. Our variety, which we developed, Melia dubia, can produce around 40 tons of dry biomass per hectare every second year. And then the grasses which we selected for biomass, that can produce 450 metric tons of grasses per annum per hectare. The life cycle of the grasses are 3 years. Then we have the agriculture residues, like you have the big problem today in India is the emission, the pollution from burning of stubbles. If you look at around Delhi, it's a big problem. Even today, there's a big press release. The government has even given holidays to the students because of this pollution emission. So that's another area. Then the third one is very important, which is algae. Algae is the one going to, we can say, when our Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister of India want to go 2070 minus CO2, we can do it even 2050. Let us discuss in the further slides. Then the municipal solid waste, we have the technology, we can convert it. Then we have a combination of the biomass, algae, and the thorium. The previous speakers discuss a lot about hydrogen from your solar power and from wind energy, then hydro. But we have a combination, 3 more, which we'll discuss in the future. So this, you can look at the biomass which are available. As I discussed with you, the first 2 pictures talks about the cultivated biomass, which is mainly for energy. Then you can see the sugarcane bagasse, and you can see the other slides, burning of stubbles, either from the sugarcane trashes or the sugarcane leaves or the paddy stubble, which is a big problem, which is creating the biggest pollution today, spoiling the entire, like the CO2 emission, whatever it is. Then you can see that there's a green mass, which is algae. So let us discuss about algae. Algae is a candidate, can consume, it needs actually 2.2 metric tons of carbon dioxide and release 1.2 metric tons of oxygen to produce 1 metric tons of biomass. So you can calculate how many tons algae consumes. If you look at the slide down, each hectare of algae consumes 1,320 metric tons of CO2 per annum per hectare and releases 700 metric tons of oxygen. And you can see the picture. We can straight away produce hydrogen fuel from the algae. You can go further slides. So you can look, if you look at these slides in the microalgae, there are 2 areas. One is hydrocarbon, then the pharmaceutical areas. In the hydrocarbon, we have direct hydrogen production. You don't need to convert it. If there's a species of Clavidomonas species, which we have the variety, which can produce hydrogen fuel directly. Then you have the biodiesel, which produces the oil. The oil can be converted into a value-added product, which we'll discuss later. Then you have the pharmaceutical. This is another industry, which we'll discuss what for the purpose of the a pharmaceutical industry, how it is going to support. So this is how our laboratory looks like. If you look at the slide, this one, when we talk about algae, it's not available straight away. We go and collect the wastewater, then we isolate the microorganism which has high lipid content. We have got 67 varieties where the lipid content is above 50 to 60%. And if you can see this slide, you can see the cups of oil in between. When you squeeze, the algae will come out. So this is the laboratory. Then when you look at this is what our technology, this is what your main source of the CO2 emission, whether from NTPC or from the steel power plant or the cement industries or the coal areas or like a sugar mill or the fertilizer industries, which they emit CO2. When we put our bioreactor next to that, we bring the carbon and convert it into a fuel. So we have two technologies, either open pond and the photobioreactors. Open pond is little expensive, like easy to manage and little cheaper, but the photobioreactors are expensive, but it is a high value edible algae, so we can convert it. So if you look at this slide, you have the sunlight and CO2 water, convert it into carbohydrate, protein, and oil. And you can see the application fuel, chemical, and the feed. Then you can also produce bioplastics from the algae, which is another area which we can work. So if you look at this, like the global food requirement, like the protein I'm talking here, the world population is going to be 9.1 billion, and we need around 470 metric tons of animal-based protein and the milk protein. But when you look at algae, it is giving a very high vegetable protein which supports the vegetarian requirements. This is the potential of algae, the market cap. And we discussed about this, like microalgae can produce, like you can have the PUFAs, that is polysaturated, unsaturated fatty acid, which produce EPA and DHA, which is a very high value food. Then other things we discussed in the previous slide. By looking at the time, I'm going a little fast. And this is another area which we discuss about the conversion of municipal solid waste into hydrogen. See, the first one is eliminate the landfills, where we eliminate the dump sites, we convert the entire waste into high value product, and we separate the waste into three components: biodegradable and reusable, then combustible. So the biodegradable, we put it in a reactor where we convert into manure immediately. So you take out the manure, you go for agriculture so that you can increase the organic carbon in the soil. Then this second thing is segregatable material. We segregate and give it to the industry where they can reuse it. The last one is the waste material, which is recyclable, and we convert it into energy. The last one is like a combustible. So we put our pyrolysis plant, and this is a custom designed and our own technology where there is no emission in any area. It's a continuous pyrolysis where there is no CO2 emission. We convert the biomass into this product, like the oil, then carbon granules, and the hydrogen fuel. The carbon granules are very much required in the field of agriculture to increase organic carbon, particularly sugar industry. If you supplement the carbon, you get a better sugar percentage. Then, So this is the general picture, how when we produce hydrogen, the applications. This is another area which we are working. Our partners are in Netherlands. They have very good technology about thorium. So they have a technology standardized and well established and demonstrated. They convert the coal into graphites. The graphites will get embedded with the thorium, which is 100% zero. In this case, we are not burning coal. And the conversion of energy is like when we buy the coal at $250, we can convert it into $250,000 worth of energy. So this is what we are talking. See, normally, like a thermal energy is like when you burn coal, the cost of coal is $250 per metric ton, assuming the graphite pebble can produce an energy worth of $250,000 per metric ton, and you are not burning the coal. You can recycle the coal back so that we can, with a limited coal, we can produce a better energy. So we are talking about green, greener, and greenest. The green is the one like a solar. The greenest is the greener is wind. Then the greenest, combining together, we produce energy using thorium-based reactors. And if you can see that the coal is used as a graphite to build number one, absolute STGR, where CDF is 0. Then the safe fuel and the pebble containing thorium, that converts where we embed the thorium inside the graphite, then use it as an energy where the coal is not burned. So it is 100% green technology. And these are all the industries where the STGR is used, where it is 100, no CO2, no CO, no SOx, and no NOx. That's our idea. So this is the combination, like already the previous speakers discussed a lot about it. So they discuss about wind power, solar power, but in our system, because the wind power, solar power is already existing, we add the algae, we have the biomass, and then we have the municipal solid waste. So we have got 6 different candidates which produce hydrogen, and they can convert it into a high value energy. So these are all the applications. This is one of the area which we are planning. We had a good discussion with our last week with our Minister of Road and Highways, where we have planned a technology where every 200 kilometers we fix this, we collect the biomass, the municipal waste available. We also collect the biomass, either the cultivated or the agricultural residue, whatever is the cheapest source available, we convert it into energy. Then we give it to we put a charging station that will be, the power will be supplied to the transport vehicle. That's the plan we have. We are going to have a demonstration shortly. Then we move on all over the world. This is a general, like I do, there's nothing for me to talk. It's a general slide. So in nutshell, the technology what we developed on using algae or biomass, whatever it is, we initiated this in 2003. Probably we may be one among the better good company who thought about it. And we brought a scientist from USA. He is the one like an expert in algae. He came and he certified we have the best source of raw material to produce hydrogen in 2004. So we're looking at all those things, and we invited our former president, Dr. Abdul Kalam. He came and he visited our facility, and he declared that EBTI is pioneer in the green fuel technology. That's a big achievement what we made in our lifetime. So this is where we are today, and we are moving ahead with all the 5 technologies. And we have been invited by Government of India to initiate this work. Probably in a month or 2, we'll be on ground. Thanks for your time. If any questions, please ask.
Thank you, Dr. Ganpati, for excellent presentation. And I will just request to sum up this session as a presentation by all the international speakers. Everybody is faculty in him or herself, and we will see that we will get some recommendations, 5 to 10 lines by email, so that I can compile and give to Ministry and Niti Aayog, at least as a data, so that if they wish to implement, they can call statewide. Then second thing I have to say that this conference is every year on the same dates. So we will invite you all, and in future we will request for sponsorship also, because nothing moves without money. So this is second thing. And third thing, that we will have next conference onward, hopefully in a physical mode and hybrid mode also. Because if audience asks question, you should be visible and they should also be visible. So this will create a good interaction with the people and those technologies and government official directly. So with these words, I have to thank you each and every speaker for excellent presentation. And for any help and support your mission, I am there to help you without any obligation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Garg, I have one request. May we request you to give us a list of speakers, their email ID, some contacts, so that we can also share our views. That will help us to exchange the knowledge and we can gain knowledge from them. That will be a big support to us.
We will see what best can be done, and all the presentation will be loaded on YouTube and on our website.
Okay.
Okay.
That's great.
I have to thank Indian Oil Corporation for gold sponsorship and Pandit Deen Dayal Upadhyay Energy University for associate sponsorship, and for all our well-wisher and colleagues. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Puneet and Uttam, for excellent support. Thank you, Mr. Shubham from California, to support us. Thank you, Aishwarya for doing good job of coordination, and thank you, my wife Ragini Garg, to whom I am working as a director in the Energy and Environment Foundation. So thank you very much. We conclude this session and meet you on the same dates next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.